Tunisia, which are committed to ensuring the preservation of its freedoms, its security, its constitutional rights, of the rule of law, and the sovereignty of its people. In different regional and international bodies, Tunisia has reiterated its commitment to human rights, to its promotion and protection, and has contributed through many initiatives to the UN system and is always on the side of our universal common principles. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, current challenges require us to show true common will to overcome this stage of analysis and to move on to actions. We must be able to bolster multilateralism. Our peoples do no longer want to hear empty promises. We must be able to restore trust in our national and international institutions so as to move forward on our common goals and to build a better world for us, but also for generations to come, a world of security, a world of humanity, prosperity, and sustainability. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Thandi Dorji, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bhutan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kuzambola. I bring you the warm greetings of His Majesty the King and from the people of Bhutan. Allow me to convey our congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Chaba Korosi, the President of the 77th UNGA. Please rest assured, Mr. President, of Bhutan's full support as you steer us through the session. I also take the opportunity to convey our gratitude and admiration for His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th General Assembly, for the exceptional manner in which he guided our work this tumultuous year. Our appreciation is also due to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who in a most challenging year for our organization, coinciding with the first year of his second term, has continued to serve as a compelling and valiant advocate for peace, people, and the planet. Mr. President, I arrived in New York last week with a vastly different prepared text for delivery today. In recent days, however, I received a heartful appeal from Chimi, a bright 7-year-old girl in class 2 at Lunana Primary School in Bhutan, which has compelled me to rethink my statement. Lunana is a place in one of our northernmost districts, remote and perched at an altitude of 3,400 meters. It is home to a community of 810 people, comprising 885 households of highland nomadic herders spread across 13 scattered villages. Today, Lunana is embraced in the astounding beauty of rugged snow-capped peaks of the mighty Himalayas, which Lunaps, or the people of Lunana, both revere and depend upon for their livelihood and sustenance. Each time that Chimi and members of our community glance at these majestic peaks, the foremost question on their mind is, how long before these become barren and brown? I would like to share young Chimi's letter with you today. It reads, "My village is in great danger because of global warming. The glaciers and snow on our mountains are melting. The glacial lakes above our village are getting bigger every day. I'm sure it may cause a big flood in our village at any time, and we have to be in constant fear every day and night. Our innocent people are suffering because of others' evil actions. In near future, we may not see glaciers and snow on the mountains. Beautiful glacial lakes and run-ups in this place. Therefore, I would request Your Excellency to kindly convey this small message to the world leaders and big and rich nations to help and save our tiny village from global warming. I'm sure if we all come together, we can not only save our tiny village, but also make our earth safe for all living beings. I think we are not late to fight against global warming now. Chimi's poignant letter evokes the plain truths of communities standing on the front lines of the climate crisis. But this is not limited to Bhutan. We are reminded with far too much frequency that across the world today, lives and livelihoods are in peril due to the impacts of human-induced climate change, rising sea levels, and natural disasters. The negative impacts of climate change are disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable and marginalized communities around the world, and doing so at a faster pace. The future of our youth and successive generations are under immediate threat. And the great irony is that it is through no fault of their own. But it is not too late. There is still time to undertake course correction. But that window of opportunity is fast closing. This calls for demonstration of greater ambition from developed and larger emitters consistent with the Paris Agreement. We must see deeper emission reductions in keeping with a fair share of global efforts consistent with a 1.5-degree pathway. At the same time, we must see greater solidarity and cooperation from all states to support efforts of the most vulnerable to adapt to the changing climate and deal with its consequences. We must ensure adequate and predictable finance, technological and capacity support for developing countries, particularly the LLDCs, the LDCs, and the SIDs, to enable us to achieve the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. We need to forge strong international cooperation in coming up with viable projects and partnerships to scale up investments in alternative renewable energy to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel, particularly in the manufacturing and transport sectors. Bhutan hopes that the urgency to move beyond business as usual will be heeded at COP27 this November. Mr. President, in Bhutan, our visionary monarchs have long recognized the importance of conserving our natural environment and living in harmony with nature. Although small, we have made bold commitments to safeguard nature and protect our environment, most significant of which is the constitutional requirement of maintaining 60% of our total area under forest cover, whereas in reality, more than 70% of our territory is forested. Our forests are net carbon sinks, absorbing 2/3 more carbon than we emit. Bhutan is not just carbon neutral, we are carbon negative. In a world heading towards a water, food, and energy crisis, investing in sustainable mountain development should be a global priority. We need to build resilience of our communities, offer mountain communities practical and sustainable alternatives to enable them to continue living in harmony with nature and their surroundings. We must continue to foster sustainable mountain development with special emphasis on mountain agriculture, sustainable mountain tourism, and opportunities to tap renewable energy that the mountains provide. The adoption last year proclaiming 2022 as the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development brought the spotlight on sustainable mountain development, its conservation and sustainable use as integral means of protecting the common heritage of our planet. To put focus and raise awareness, we are organizing an annual ultra-marathon event known as the Snowman Race that will take elite athletes from around the world to run across our Himalayas at elevations of 5,000 meters above sea level. We hope that this will generate more action and enhance greater partnership. Mr. President, we are at a watershed moment in history. The world today faces an unprecedented series of interlinked and cascading crises. The human race continues on a collision course with nature, battling with the climate, biodiversity, and pollution. At the same time, the pandemic that surfaced in March 2020 is still with us, and rather than abate, continues to morph and reinvent itself into new and more virulent strains. Outbreaks of other viral infections continue to occur at alarmingly frequent intervals, threatening the world with another possible pandemic. It is certain that these biological threats will continue and that we need to be better prepared. As with many other parts of the world, Bhutan was not spared the impacts of COVID-19 nor its induced disruptions. We are fortunate that with our beloved monarch leading from the front, with government policies and measures firmly grounded in science, and most importantly of all, with the full solidarity and confidence of our people behind us, Bhutan was fortunate to fare better than many others. As a result of stringent measures, determination and grit, we were able to minimize the immediate public health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, emerging with minimal loss of life. Our campaign to vaccinate our population has been recognized as an unlikely success story. And today, more than 90% of our entire population stand fully vaccinated with 3 doses. This, in no small measure, was possible due to the heartwarming goodwill of friends and partners, including India, whose Vaccine Maitri initiative enabled the full first round of vaccination for our adult population. We are also grateful to the United States, Denmark, Bulgaria, Croatia, and China, whose generosity with vaccines came at a most critical time. We also thank all the other bilateral partners and multilateral agencies that supported logistics and provided financial support, medicines, and equipment for our responses to the pandemic. Our success would not have been possible without all of your support, and we remain ever grateful. Just when we are embarking on rebuilding and recovering from the pandemic and its associated impacts, conflict, supply disruptions, surge in food, energy, and fertilizer crises are driving millions more into extreme poverty, magnifying hunger and malnutrition. Predictably, it is the poorest and most vulnerable amongst us that suffer the brunt. The Secretary General rightly described this as either a breakdown or breakthrough moment for humanity and for the planet. Transformation is what we called for in the political declaration of the UN's 75th anniversary. We thank the Secretary General for his groundbreaking report on our common agenda responding to this call. Bhutan has followed closely the discussions around the report and its recommendations, and we are pleased with the momentum that has been generated. As we continue our deliberations, Bhutan will engage constructively, including in preparations for the Summit of the Future, and work towards elaboration of a global digital compact. Our common agenda must provide a roadmap to turbocharge and accelerate our actions towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Bhutan welcomes the report's recognition of the need to look beyond GDP. This finds strong resonance with Bhutan's own approach to balanced and human-centered development that we call gross national happiness. It is now widely accepted that this cannot be achieved by tracking GDP alone. Bhutan has always believed that the pursuit of development and progress must respond to a higher calling. We need measures that take into account the full spectrum of human development, as well as the multifaceted factors that provide the enabling environment within which individuals can pursue and achieve the common human aspirations, yet elusive goal of happiness and well-being. This discussion assumes greater urgency as we approach the midpoint towards implementing the 2030 Agenda, in full realization that today, the conflict in Europe and the looming climate emergency have thrown efforts towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and SDGs off course. We need to refocus our priorities by shifting gears and turning our commitments into action, and doing so by working together in the spirit of genuine solidarity. Bhutan welcomed the convening of the Transforming Education Summit on 19 September. His Majesty the King has always accorded the highest importance to the education sector, recognizing that the nation's fate begins in its classrooms and schools. Education is a critical pillar of a country's development and holds the key to unlocking many of our shared global challenges. As His Majesty the King remarked as early as 2014, and I quote, Education is empowering. It is a social equalizer and it facilitates self-discovery, which leads to realizing one's full potential. Good education gives you confidence, good judgment, virtuous disposition, and the tools to achieve happiness successfully. A good school gives a child a fair shot at success and ensures that a person's achievement in life will not be predetermined by his or her race, parentage, and social connections, unquote. Mr. President, Bhutan may have been one of the most recent countries to finally reopen its borders since the emergence of the pandemic. As difficult and painful as these past 2.5 years have been, they have allowed for deep reflection at the national level and permitted time for an honest assessment of gaps and challenges. Weaknesses were barred. In some instances, fault lines deepened. We came to the harsh realization that drastic recalibration of our systems were needed if Bhutan is to position itself as a country that is prosperous, resilient, and future-ready. With 1 year remaining before our exit date from the LDC category, these measures will buttress our efforts to ensure that Bhutan's graduation is smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. As I speak, major transformational initiatives are underway in Bhutan to strengthen public service delivery. The entire public sector will be streamlined, strengthened in terms of capacity and performance, held to more rigorous standards of professionalism and accountability. Our public servants must serve the citizens with better and faster public services that they deserve. While universal healthcare is a guarantee enshrined in our Constitution, reforms in the health sector focus on the importance of preparedness for future outbreaks and pandemics, strengthening the quality of healthcare, leveraging technology, and a renewed focus on mental health. The health sector is being reformed to provide not only primary, but secondary and tertiary healthcare to all people within half a day's travel. Specialist services are expanding across the country, including sending mobile teams to screen and treat high-burden diseases. Bhutan's revamped tourism policy was launched with much anticipation on 23rd of September, coinciding with the opening of the international border. Since 1974, Bhutan opened its doors for tourism. We have always followed the policy of high-value, low-volume tourism, which was envisioned by His Majesty, the fourth King of Bhutan. However, the minimal daily tariffs that was instituted was found to be too low, resulting in us becoming a budget destination, leading to mass tourism and its associated problems of increasing waste, decreasing quality of service standards, underemployment of the youth engaged in the sector, never seen traffic jams, and overcrowding of our most religious sites. We have always prioritized the well-being of the people, preserving our environment, our tradition and culture over sustainable and mindless development, unsustainable and mindless development. Therefore, in keeping with our development philosophy of GNH, the sector has been restructured and reformed so that it benefits Bhutan not only economically, but socially and environmentally. In the long run, we want to create high-value, authentic, unique experiences for visitors and well-paying professional jobs and businesses for our citizens. Mr. President, the increasing fragmentation, polarization, and growing inequality we witness in the world today only serve as an urgent cry for strengthening multilateralism, for greater political resolve, solidarity, and compassion. It is apparent that no individual, community, or country can overcome contemporary challenges on their own. Interdependence is at the core of our existence, and we must come together through stronger and more effective multilateralism. Bhutan's commitment to multilateralism with the UN at its core remains unwavering. As a small, landlocked, and peaceful country, we remain fully committed to the noble objectives enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Coinciding with the 50th year of membership in the organization, which we marked last year, Bhutan responded to the call to contribute to the maintenance of peace and security a key pillar and objective of the United Nations. Since then, Bhutan has prepared for the deployment of its first uniformed military unit, a light quick reaction force to a UN peace mission. This process was set in motion in 2014 when we first joined the ranks of UN troop contributing countries. Our well-trained troops will arrive to serve the cause of peace in MINUSCA in the weeks ahead. And I am confident that they will serve the international community with distinction and honor. It is a matter of great pride, and although Bhutan is amongst the smallest members of the United Nations, with this initial deployment, we would rise to the ranks of the top 60 troop contributing countries from 81 at present. Of particular note, consistent with Bhutan's deep commitment to promotion and protection of the environment, Bhutan considers that pursuit of environmentally responsible practices in operations as a moral imperative. We feel strongly that at the minimum, do no harm ethic must drive all aspects of field operations and conduct, and wherever possible, field presences should on their departure be remembered by local communities for the positive legacies that they have left for the host countries. Bhutan has therefore pledged that when Bhutan's uniformed contingent deploys, we will do so in an environmentally sustainable manner with renewable energy, waste management, and provisions of assistance to local communities whom we will serve. The centerpiece of our pledge is the use of solar panels for lighting purposes in the barracks and the camp area. We will carry out plantation of trees around the company location in accordance with the existing policies of that country. While these pledges are modest, our hope is that they will contribute to the overall environmental efforts of UN peacekeeping and demonstrate that such practices can be emulated and scaled. Contribution to UN peacekeeping is a significant milestone in the progression of Bhutan's engagement with the UN. We are sincerely thankful to the international community for the trust and confidence reposed in our ability to meaningfully contribute towards the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, in its 77th year of existence, our organization, the UN, too needs a reboot to be able to meet the challenges of the present day and future and to keep pace and reflect contemporary realities. It must be reformed to respond more effectively to changed global realities and to new and emerging threats that confront us today. Nowhere is this more evident nor urgent than in the growing call for comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council. Yet, we note that 43 years since inclusion of the subject in the General Assembly's agenda and nearly 3 decades since the establishment of the GA's open-ended working group on UNSC reforms, we have fallen far short. Lack of progress on UNSC reforms throws into question the relevance and legitimacy of the current global architecture, fragilizes international peace and security, and impinges on the Council's ability to deliver on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Bhutan has always maintained that reform must accommodate the interests and concerns of all member states, particularly of those unrepresented and underrepresented. Expansion of the Council in both the permanent and non-permanent categories, along with reform of its working methods, constitute essential components of this process. In our view, from Asia, India and Japan must be included as permanent members of a reformed Council. Excellencies, the current challenges facing the world today remind us of our interdependence and imperatives of collaboration and solidarity. While there have been shining examples of international cooperation, we continue to be distrustful with each other. We are less understanding and driven more by self-interest. As the Buddha revealed 2,000 years ago, if we are to end suffering, we must rid ourselves of its 3 root causes, is what is known as the 3 poisons, and they are ignorance of impermanence, greed, and hatred. It is these that are the main causes of global problems today. the antidote, and traits we can all draw inspiration from is said to be wisdom, sharing, and compassion. These enduring values find consonance in the essence of the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. I thank you and Tashtiler.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bhutan. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Melanie Joly, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm speaking to you for the first time as Canada's Foreign Minister as we gather in this assembly on the traditional territory of the Nalape people. The Secretary General has said that we are in rough seas, that a winter of global discontent is on the horizon, that we have a duty to act. I agree with him. From Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and the impacts around the world, to the COVID pandemic, to climate change, to severe conflicts and hardships that now affect billions of people, the challenges we are facing are immense. These crises and the way we choose to respond to them are testing our shared commitment to the United Nations. That's why our decisions matter now more than ever. We have a choice. Either we respect and defend the rules that we collectively have developed for generations and that have given us the longest period of peace in modern history, or we accept that rules can be broken by the powerful, bringing us back to darker times of constant tensions and conflicts, with massive displacements, suffering, and losses of human lives. For Canada, the choice is clear. We're convinced that we need more multilateralism, not less. We need more of the UN, not less. And we need a UN that is effective, efficient, relevant, and accountable. Throughout its history, Canada has strived to act as an honest broker, ready to build bridges between nations and differing points of view. We have worked tirelessly over the years to conceive, develop, and strengthen the international system that we now know. We will continue to do so, and we will continue to do so with all of you. Last week, the Canadian delegation, led by Prime Minister Trudeau, met with leaders and civil society members from around the world. Canada has been listening, and we hear you. Many describe and condemn Russia's further invasion of Ukraine as brutal, illegal, and unjustified, as a violation of the UN Charter. We agree with you. Many describe the uneven recovery from the global COVID-19 pandemic as incompatible with simple fairness, but also as a danger to public health. Again, we agree with you. You shared profound concern that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is at risk. And we agree we must address this head on. People from all corners of the globe clearly said climate change is no longer on the horizon. It is here, and it is hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. This is undeniable. The hearts of all Canadians go out to those affected by the devastating floods in Pakistan, as well as to our fellow citizens who found themselves in the destructive path of Hurricane Fiona. Many conversations this week have focused on the harsh fact that more people are displaced by conflict and violence today than at any point in human history. I heard unmistakable appeals for accountability, including for the victims of Plight PS 752. Women and girls described their needs to have control over their own futures, over their own body, which is their right. Brave individuals shared deeply personal testimonies of their painful experiences of sexual violence and conflict. We believe them. Such violence is unacceptable and it must change. We must empower survivors in leading the path to their recovery and support them in the pursuit of meaningful justice. Freedom of speech, disinformation and misinformation, the protection of minorities, the rule of law, respect for science, facts, and evidence. Powerful statements were made on these issues this week. They speak to an erosion of civic space and democratic dialogue. Canada hears you. We do not come to these discussions with easy fixes. We have come to listen, to engage, and to share our commitments to respond to this moment in a positive way, with purpose and in a spirit of global solidarity. Mr. President, the world has heard terrible stories of Ukrainians losing loved ones to Russia's senseless war. This Assembly has spoken clearly and with conviction. Russia's aggressions against Ukraine violates the UN Charter. It strikes at the heart of the commitment we all made in building this organization from the dark tragedy of the Second World War. Rather than follow this Assembly's decisions and a legally binding order from the International Court of Justice, Russia has doubled down, including with a desperate effort to justify the unjustifiable. While the world gathered here in New York to pursue solutions for the greatest challenges of our time, President Putin informed that he will conscript more young people into his war of choice. He threatened our collective security with reckless and dangerous nuclear rhetoric. For Putin, this is a war to the death. For Ukraine, it is a war for life. Russia's war machine has caused enormous civilian suffering and destruction in Ukraine. The mass graves discovered in Izium are the latest demonstration of Putin's disregard for human life. The impacts of this illegal war are profoundly felt around the world. We must address the global food security crisis and other consequences of the illegal invasion with imagination and determination. And those who break the law must be met with the force of the law. A permanent seat on the Security Council is not a license to kill, nor to silence anyone, and it should never guarantee impunity. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, we are confronting major crises: the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and conflicts. Crises which used to be exceptions are now today the rule. These crises throw stark light on our capacity to achieve the goals of the Sustainable Development Agenda by 2030. We must work very hard to change what is which is underway today. There must be an urgent and global effort to save these efforts. We must rally and work together for the common good. The only way possible to go forward for both Canada and the world is that of achieving our SDGs. From the economic point of view, we have much left to do to reach a true equality between member states. We have closely listened to what our partners and our friends from the countries of the South have told us. We have heard their message clearly. The international financial institutions must be reformed. They must be capable of adapting to today's crises. And Canada will answer this call. No country must be left behind. We are working in lockstep with our partners for just and equitable reform of the international financial system. This is crucial for equity, but also for global peace and stability. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken the lives of almost 6.5 million people throughout the world. Canada is determined to end this pandemic and to prevent any others. Together, we will continue to combat HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. Last week, Prime Minister Trudeau committed to investing $1.2 billion to support these efforts. Let us now turn to climate change. We must act with the same sense of urgency as was seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. Science has told us that we must do more, and we must do it more quickly. Hurricane Fiona, which struck several of the islands of the Antilles and eastern Canada, is but the latest example. From the Arctic to the small island states, climate change is an existential threat, and we are feeling its effects every day. Canada has committed to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And we have a credible plan to do so. Canada will participate in COP27 in Egypt, and we look forward to welcoming the world to my home, Montreal, for COP15 on biodiversity under the presidency of China. Our priority is to ensure the success of this conference, where we will work together to reverse this alarming loss of flora and fauna. Our own survival is at stake. Mr. President, there are no simple solutions to the challenges we are facing. But it is clear that to isolate ourselves, to disregard the rule of law, and to force people into silence runs counter to progress. And yet, certain countries are restricting civil liberties, violating human rights, and are conducting widespread surveillance of their population. This trend towards authoritarianism is extremely worrying. This phenomenon is particularly seen in the Xinjiang region of China. Here, the publication of the United Nations report on human rights is an essential step. Moreover, its conclusions reflect credible accounts of abuse which constitute crimes against humanity. Canada is concerned about the repression of human rights that we see in several countries. The universality of human rights is well known. We know that these human rights are universal by nature. Therefore, we cannot hide behind the pretexts of national sovereignty to violate them. There are limits to defending the indefensible. We are of the view that democracy, although imperfect, remains the best system to protect human rights and to make progress in sustainable development. All our democracies are facing challenges. At home and abroad, we must also deal with apathy, anxiety, and the distrust of our institutions. Mr. President, Canada is also determined to combat systemic racism, and we will continue to take concrete measures to pursue the path of reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples. In 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau delivered a statement here and spoke of our own heritage of colonialism in Canada. We are working unceasingly to rectify this dark chapter in our history, and we know that the full participation of Indigenous peoples is fundamental to the development of a more just world. Mr. President, equality of women and girls in all their diversity is crucial for peace, justice, and prosperity. As is the case in several countries, Canada is proud to have a feminist foreign policy. Together, we are building a global coalition to support equality. It is in this way that we will repel these increasing attacks on the rights and freedoms of women. In Afghanistan, Taliban is preventing women and girls from going to school. In Myanmar, the courageous women who are openly calling for a return to democracy are imprisoned by the military junta, tortured, and subjected to horrific acts of sexual violence.
In Iran, women protesting the death of Mahsa Amini are met with arrests and bullets. We salute their courage and join them in sending a strong message that women's rights are human rights. Today, Prime Minister Trudeau announced that Canada will sanction those responsible, including Iran's so-called morality police and its leadership. From Sudan to Haiti, women peace builders, human rights defenders, and activists are being targeted. We must continue to speak up for the rights of women and girls and to support, protect, recognize, and include women peace builders. We must also relentlessly pursue accountability for sexual violence. We will continue to push for justice for Rohingya women, and we will not rest until those responsible for sexual violence committed in Ukraine are held to account. The UN Charter enshrines faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of human person, in the equal rights of men and women. And yet, we are seeing rising violence, the widening crackdown on rights and freedoms, the exclusion of women and girls from the negotiating table, the boardroom, the classroom. Sexual and reproductive health rights for women and girls are being rolled back or denied in too many countries. None of this is by accident. These are all deliberate choices. To all women in this room and women around the world, we hear you. And Canada will always stand up for your right to choose. We will fight for your full, equal, and meaningful participation in all walks of life. We will speak up for your rights and dignity. No government, no politician, no judge, no one can take that away from you. Mr. President, as I've said, the world needs more multilateralism, more of the UN, not less. To do so, we must restore trust among us. The crises we're facing have shown both the strengths and weaknesses of the structures we built nearly 80 years ago. We have been able to respond to this more serious hardship with compassion and effectiveness. But we can do better. Political paralysis and the abuse of the veto are undermining the Security Council. We encourage efforts to reduce the power of the veto, to expand membership, and to ensure the voices of all are heard and responded to across the whole UN system. UN peace operations also demand our efforts. Today, peacekeeping faces immense challenges. Canada has long contributed to UN efforts to reduce conflict, and we will continue to do so. Engagement with the United Nations is a core commitment of Canadians. We were there at the UN's creation, and today we are more engaged than ever. We will always engage with candor and directness, because we do not equate diplomacy with deception or global politics with global platitudes. The UN Charter begins with the words, "We, the peoples of the world." We must remember that the fate of billions of people alive today and those yet to be born is at stake in all the work we do. We owe them our best effort of heart, mind, and soul. we can meet the test that time and circumstance have placed before us with hope, with courage, and with a commitment to act for citizens today and for future generations to follow. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. I now give the floor to His Excellency Legion Mbela Mbela, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cameroon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, ladies, gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Cameroon, His Excellency Paul Biya, who has granted me the singular honor of representing him at this important meeting, to congratulate you, Mr. President, as well as the other members of your Bureau, on your brilliant election as the President of this 77th session of the General Assembly. I take this opportunity to assure you of the support of the Cameroonian delegation in achieving the objectives that you have set. I would also like to salute your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, for the availability and efficiency with which he carried out his mandate throughout the 76th session. Finally, allow me to reiterate our sincerest appreciation to our Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who, despite the challenges and the difficult times of the hour, has managed to stay the course and defend the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations with courage, determination, and dedication. Mr. President, you have proposed that this general debate be structured around the theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. This theme comes at an opportune time in a particularly difficult context, as the COVID-19 pandemic has, for almost 3 years now, continued to affect the course and the management of world affairs, the complexity of which at the global, regional, and sub-regional levels does not require any further demonstration. On the political level, rivalries for power, interest, and hegemony are developing all over the world. As a corollary, the arms race is intensifying and becoming increasingly more refined. Above all, on the seas and oceans, in space, including outer space. Enemy hotbeds of tension in various regions around the world are serving as theaters of operation for various shocks to play out, and the waves and collateral effects of those are amplifying the threats and the suffering that already weigh heavily on peoples and nations in terms of loss of human life, material losses, migration, environmental degradation, disruption of financial systems, food and energy crises, to name just a few. That is the case in the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe, which we have been witnessing for over 6 months. Indeed, the government of Cameroon has been closely following the situation regarding the confrontation between Ukraine and Russia. As you are aware, the peaceful settlement of disputes between states has always been one of the fundamental principles of my country's foreign policy. In this respect, Cameroon has, from the very beginning of the crisis, reiterated its position by calling on the two parties to open negotiations with a view to reaching a concerted solution so that the ideals of peace, security, and sustainable development which underpin our organization can triumph. On the African continent, these hotbeds of tension also persist. In our efforts to find solutions, we regrettably see that some of our partners often come with preconceived one-size-fits-all recipes and solutions. Given these trends, which continue year after year, it is important for Africa's voice to be heard, to be listened to and supported, especially when that voice comes through the African Union. On the economic, social, and cultural levels, the improvements observed prior to the COVID-19 pandemic are gradually giving way to a slowdown and even decline in the progress and hope born of the bold measures taken multilaterally and nationally since the beginning of the 2000s. On the legal front, international commitments are no longer being respected or are being delivered on in dribs and drabs due to selfishness, insufficient political will, and even the crisis that is currently being observed in multilateralism. In such a context, it is no exaggeration to state that the fate of man and the destiny of humanity are at stake. Mr. President, the first challenge of the hour, one global and urgent in nature, is the climate crisis. It is no secret to anyone that the climate is changing. The cycle of seasons is disrupted. Fires are increasingly taking place, as well as unprecedented floods and hurricanes in various regions of the world. Temperatures are reaching worrying levels, and bodies of water, such as Lake Chad, which are a source of life and prosperity for local populations, are being reduced to their bare minimum levels. This is a place to call for respecting the commitments made within the framework of various international conferences on climate change. Thus, it is more urgent than ever to take action to finalize the rules for the implementation of the Paris Agreement, in particular with regard to mobilizing financial resources for developing countries and raising global climate ambition. COP27, which is scheduled to take place in Egypt at the end of this year, will be of crucial importance in this regard. It must provide urgent and decisive answers for the survival of the planet and better address this concern with innovative technologies. The fight against climate change is everyone's fight. It is a fight for everyone and for every day. It is truly a universal responsibility. Aware of this major challenge and of its responsibilities, Cameroon has made the commitment to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and has set up an appropriate legal and institutional framework in order to achieve this goal. Thanks to the forest mass of the Congo Basin, one of the environmental lungs of the globe, the countries of Central Africa, united within COMEFAC, are making a major contribution to the search for solutions to climate change throughout the world. They ask, in turn, that sufficient financial and technological resources, which are regularly promised by developed countries, be granted to them in order to enable them to preserve, maintain, and regenerate this important environmental basin. The same goes for financing necessary to implement projects designed as part of the Green Sahel Initiative or the restoration of the Lake Chad Basin. Moreover, on the occasion of the review of its nationally determined contribution, or NDC, Cameroon has reaffirmed its commitment to this international effort by increasing its greenhouse gas reduction commitments from 32 to 35%, including 12% unconditional and 23% conditional on support from the international community in order to address climate change. For Cameroon, combating climate change is seen as a development opportunity rather than an insurmountable challenge. Every country holds one of the digits of the access code to a new era where the planet can breathe new clean air without carbon but rich in oxygen. The younger generations challenge us to take action rather than simply making grand wishes. Mr. President, like other priority threats, the issue of migration is pressing, despite the efforts made by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, as well as efforts made by host countries and development partners. Millions of people continue to flee their homes and their homelands to live in deplorable and inhuman condition, and this due to conflicts, disasters, and multiple calamities. Faced with the scope of this human tragedy, which appeals to our collective conscience, we have a historic responsibility, a responsibility to act. And my country does not intend to shirk this responsibility. Faithful to its secular tradition of tolerance and hospitality, Cameroon has always been a land that hosts refugees as well as those in transit. Because of its stability, for many populations, it represents a refuge as they search for peace. As you know, Cameroon is currently hosting more than 500,000 refugees and asylum seekers, which puts it 19th in the world ranking of refugee hosting countries. In addition to the tripartite convention signed with UNHCR and affected countries in order to facilitate the return and resettlement of refugees in their country of origin, in April, my country hosted a regional ministerial conference on solutions for forced displacement linked to the Central African crisis. This conference was held pursuant to the Declaration of Yaoundé, which proposes common solutions, inclusive solutions for forced displaced persons in Central Africa. My country is an active participant in all of these initiatives in accordance with the Global Compact on Refugees. Turning to a different point, we also condemn the persistence of terrorism and violent extremism, whose impacts continue to weigh on the world order. Many regions are suffering from the resurgence of subversive operations carried out primarily by terrorist organizations such as Boko Haram, which is rampant in the Lake Chad Basin. The northern part of Cameroon is also seriously affected by this. Faced with the threat and exponential progression of terrorism in various regions of the globe, my country reiterates its call for strengthening and pooling strategies to combat terrorism. This pooling of efforts would seek to effectively fight this threat in all its forms and manifestations, as well as to strengthen the capacity of sovereign states that fall victim to this phenomenon to track and neutralize terrorists, to identify financing solutions, and amend and implement international and regional agreements to punish terrorism, which is constantly evolving. The international community must continue to play its part in strict respect for the sovereignty of states in order to rebuild and strengthen the stability that has been undermined in these areas. We thank our bilateral and multilateral partners who provide assistance to the joint multinational force that has been set up in the Lake Chad Basin to combat and eradicate Boko Haram. This assistance deserves to be increased given not only the proliferation of regional terrorist groups affiliated with the Islamic State, but also the increasingly sophisticated means used by these terrorist cells as they grow in number thanks to the enrollment of combatants from former terrorist hotbeds that have since been cleared. Mr. President, it is imperative for the international community to continue investing in the fight against poverty and inequality. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, strengthened by our common agenda formulated by the Secretary General, must be actively supported and fully implemented. What is most lacking at the moment for the implementation of this is financial and technological means, as well as synergy between the partners involved in its implementation. Cameroon is very committed to this path, as demonstrated by its recent presentation of its voluntary national program at the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. Mr. President, due to its commitment to peace, territorial integrity, and its policy of national integration. My country's government continues to demonstrate openness and willingness to engage in dialogue to put an end to the socio-political crisis in the Northwest and Southwest regions. Thus, after holding our Grand National Dialogue in 2019, we continued the process of accelerating and further deepening decentralization. The Centers for Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration established in these regions, as well as in that of the far north, welcome and train large numbers of my young compatriots who have laid down their arms and renounced violence. The state is exercising its sovereign prerogatives throughout the entirety of the national territory. The current challenge facing our government is to continue implementing reconstruction efforts in areas affected by various challenges through our plan for the restoration of the above-mentioned regions, together with the UNDP. At this stage, I would like to sincerely commend the dynamic efforts and contribution of the UNDP in this area, and I take this opportunity to thank our bilateral and multilateral partners who are contributing to these various mechanisms which are true tools for building peace in Cameroon. I also launch a heartfelt appeal to the international community to mobilize more actively to support these plans in order to allow my country to continue remaining a haven of peace, the high haven of peace that it has always been. More broadly, regionalization in my country is underway, and it continues to strengthen the participation of Cameroonese citizens in running the country's affairs. These advances show that Cameroon has irreversibly and resolutely committed to the path of gradually implementing and building the democratic project to respond to the legitimate desires of the Cameroonese people, as well as its own economic emergence plan for the period through 2035. In this, Cameroon promotes in all circumstances, and thanks to these structures that it has established to this end, a constructive, regular dialogue between the various components of its population and members of the diaspora in order to mobilize them for the work ahead. Mr. President, Cameroon is firmly committed and supports a reformed and reinvigorated international order, authentic multilateralism based on the ideals, purposes, and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter by the founding fathers of our organization. Here, I wish to reiterate our support for the reform currently underway within the United Nations and the goal of creating a Security Council that is more representative, equitable, and efficient. With a view to achieving this, and as part of the democratization of United Nations institutions, Cameroon reiterates its support for the Eswatini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, which were unanimously adopted by the heads of African states. Mr. President, to conclude my remarks, Cameroon reaffirms its support for all of the reforms currently in progress that seek to revitalize the General Assembly, strengthen the Economic and Social Council, and streamline the Secretariat. Following the agenda set by the member states of our organization in order to strengthen its stature and its ability to better address the global challenges of our era. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cameroon. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bharat Raj Paudyal, Foreign Secretary of Nepal.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I begin by congratulating you, Mr. President, on your unanimous election to preside over the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also express appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for successfully steering the 76th session. My deep appreciation goes to UN Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres for his commendable efforts to promote global peace, security, human rights, and development. There could have been no better time to deliberate on a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, the theme of this year's general debate. Mr. President, we are living indeed in a watershed moment. A moment when the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, inequalities, and climate crisis threaten our pursuit of peace and prosperity. A moment when the values of solidarity and cooperation are put to test with trust and confidence in short supply. A moment when humanity is caught between hope and despair, unity and division, and harmony and dissension. And a moment when the world is striving to forge a new consensus amid competing interests, priorities, and challenges. For the third year in a row, COVID-19 continues to add strain to our lives, livelihoods, and economies. But there is a hope. The production and availability of COVID-19 vaccines has minimized the risk and severity of the disease and enhanced our ability to save lives. In Nepal, we have been able to fully vaccinate 96% of the target population, with almost everyone receiving at least one dose. We thank our immediate neighbors, India and China, our development partners, and the United Nations system for their valuable support. But this is not the case everywhere. Poor and vulnerable people in many parts of the world have still been kept away from the doors of hope. The pandemic will not end unless it ends for all people in all countries. We must ensure vaccine equity so that no one is left behind. Excellencies, the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals are at risk. The pandemic has hit hard on our march into the decade of action. This has been followed by cascading crises marked by geopolitical divides, disruption of supply chain, and climate emergency. The resulting high food and fuel prices, massive inflation, and debt burden severely hit the limited fiscal capacity of the poorer countries, especially the least developed ones. All these crises have cumulative negative impact on financing of the SDGs. It is more acute in the countries in special situations like the LDCs, LADCs, and the SIDS. As per the pre-pandemic estimate, Nepal would require an average annual investment of $19 billion to achieve the SDGs. With the shortfall of financing, Our hard-earned development gains are at risk. At a time, we are preparing to graduate from the LDC status by 2026. However, graduation is our long-held aspiration, and we remain committed to using this opportunity to bring a structural transformation to the national economy. We will do everything possible to make our graduation process smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. For this, we need additional international support in the form of investment, technology transfer, aid for trade, and technical assistance. This is critical for us to recover from the pandemic, rescue the SDGs, and turn global partnership into a reality. Mr. President, no country can thrive without integration into the global market. The rising tide of protectionism and stalled trade negotiations are delaying the much-needed reform in international trading system, which is tipped in favor of some. The poorer countries are yet to benefit from it. We must ensure open, fair, and transparent trade rules so that all countries can benefit from it. Similarly, the current global financial system has seriously failed the developing world. It is unfair to continue this undemocratic and unresponsive system. We call for the much-needed reform of the international financial architecture for making it inclusive, fair, and equally beneficial to all. The countries under debt stress need urgent debt relief, restructuring, and cancellation. The international community must swiftly help them come out of their debt crisis. Mr. President, in Nepal, we are bearing the disproportionate burden of climate change and facing climate shocks such as frequent landslides, storms, floods, and wildfires. The melting of glaciers and the drying up of snow-fed rivers have been adversely affecting the lives and livelihoods of people downstream and rendering us one of the most vulnerable countries. Our region recently experienced the heartbreaking loss of lives and properties due to unusually heavy downpours, melting of the glaciers, and resulting floods. To combat the climate crisis and address vulnerabilities, we have localized the adaptation plans. While remaining fully committed to the Paris Agreement on climate change, we have set ambitious target of reaching a net zero scenario by 2045, as announced by the Prime Minister of Nepal, Right Honorable Mr. Sherbahadur Deuba, during the COP26. However, climate change is a global problem, and it needs global action. For this, the large emitters, which account for over 80% of all global emissions, must take bold steps to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius climate goal alive. The commitment of $100 billion of climate financing must turn into a reality. The COP27 needs to move from pledges into action. Distinguished delegates, geopolitics and polarization have pushed global peace and security into peril. The world is becoming more complex with rising transnational challenges such as terrorism, radicalism, extremism, and mass migration. Today, the world faces highest number of violent conflicts since 1945, within and between countries divided by the fault lines of race, religion, ethnicity, and origin. The question that keeps us hunting today is whether enough is being done to protect the people from the scourge of wars, preventing them from happening in the first place. Investment in the prevention of conflicts is more effective than addressing their consequences. The technological advancement today has the capacity to inflict devastating physical action instantly, and yet it is appalling to see how our world body gets crippled when it comes to the interplay of interest of the major powers at the UN Security Council. As our dependence on new technology deepens, The issue of cybersecurity emerges as one of the greatest challenges that demands our collective resolve to setting norms and building capacity to prevent the threat it poses. We must also put in place the necessary safeguards to curb the malicious use of new technologies. Mr. President, in 2021, global military spending surpassed $2 trillion. Countries are chasing an elusive notion of security by leaving behind billions of people hungry, sick, and destitute. Genuine security depends on the ability to address the underlying causes of the conflict, that is poverty, hunger, and unemployment. Stockpile of nuclear arsenals constitutes perennial threat to humanity. Therefore, elimination of them is the only guarantee of the non-use of these weapons in the future. Nepal reiterates its call for general and complete disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction, including biological, chemical, nuclear, and radiological weapons in a time-bound manner. Nepal opposes the arms race in outer space and emphasizes on the peaceful use of it for the benefit of humankind. As the host of the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal continues to support regional disarmament initiatives as building blocks of global disarmament. We remain committed to reviving the Kathmandu process, which we believe complements global arms control and disarmament efforts. Nepal condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and calls for an early conclusion of a comprehensive convention against terrorism. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned about the death and suffering of civilians in the war in Ukraine. We call for an urgent cessation of hostilities and violence and urge all concerned parties to exercise maximum restraint and return to the path of dialogue. Nepal opposes any threat or use of force against the territorial integrity, political independence, and sovereignty of a country under any pretext and circumstance. Afghanistan has remained on the precipice of uncertainties and violence. The Afghan people are exposed to a shocking level of poverty and humanitarian sufferings. We call that unhindered humanitarian aid and public services, including health and education, for all sections of the Afghan society must be ensured. We urge all parties concerned in Myanmar to respect the will of the people to elect their representatives, paving the way to restore the democratic process. The people in Libya, Syria, and Yemen have been facing hardship and sufferings for long. The concerned parties need to resort to peaceful means of conflict resolution to end the violence and return to peace. Protracted violence and conflicts continue to inflict pain and suffering on Palestinian and Israeli population. Nepal reiterates its long-standing view for a two-state solution, whereby Palestine and Israel live side by side in peace and security within the recognized international borders. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Nepal pursues path of democratic system with people's welfare at the center. Our democratic process is characterized by people's struggle, sacrifice, dialogue, and resilience. In May this year, we successfully held democratic elections to the local governments in peaceful, free, and fair manner. We are now set to hold periodic elections for federal parliament and provincial assemblies in November this year. For a democracy like Nepal, these are much more than just periodic elections. They are the testament to our ability of ensuring peaceful transfer of power. They are the means to enhance people's trust in democracy, promote legitimacy and accountability, and strengthen the rule of law. The principles of inclusion and participation constitute the core of Nepal's governance system. The Constitution of Nepal guarantees the proportional representation and participation of all sections of our society in national life. It guarantees at least 33% representation of women in federal and provincial parliaments and 40% at the local government level. As a result, the participation of women, youth, and disadvantaged groups has increased significantly in politics and other spheres of national life. It has not only ensured their rightful place, but also injected dynamism, justice, and fairness into society. Mr. President, Nepal's commitment to human rights is unequivocal. The Constitution of Nepal incorporates universally recognized human rights and fundamental freedoms. As a member of the UN Human Rights Council, for the second consecutive term, Nepal continues to add value to the work of the Council. Our approach to human rights is firmly grounded in the principles of universality, indivisibility, objectivity, and non-selectivity. We are committed to concluding the transitional justice process by addressing the concerns of the victims, complying with the directives of the Supreme Court, abiding by the spirit of comprehensive peace accord, and our relevant international commitments. Taking this in earnest, the government of Nepal presented an amendment bill to the Parliament to reform the related laws. We uphold the rights of the child as the most sacred obligation of the state, with their protection, well-being, health, education, and development at the center. We attach high importance to the safety, security, dignity, and well-being of migrant workers, and emphasize on the effective implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. We also attach high importance on quality education, skills, entrepreneurship, and employment to the youth to unleash their potentials for sustained economic development, peace, and prosperity in society. We recognize the significant role that diaspora can play to bring capital, technology, and skills to the country of origin. Though we are not a party to Refugee Convention and its protocol, we have been hosting thousands of refugees on humanitarian grounds. We believe that forced eviction of citizens anywhere and under any circumstances is a grave crime. Refugees' right to return to their homeland in safety, honor, and dignity must always be ensured. Excellencies, the cardinal principles of seeing the world as one family shapes our worldview in external relations. Our foreign policy dwells on the notion of peace, non-violence, and non-aggression, which find their eloquent expression in the teachings of Gautam Buddha, the enlightened son of Nepal. Nepal enjoys cordial relations with all countries around the world. This is a result of both my country's historical evolution and the friendly nature of our people. Given the goodwill Nepal receives from our friends, we feel it to contribute more for international peace, progress, and social justice. We engage with our neighbors and friends in the international community based on the principles of the UN Charter, non-alignment, Panchashila, international law, and the norms of world peace. We play an active role in SHARC, BIMSTEC, and ACD to promote regional cooperation. Our partnership with the United Nations has been built on the foundation of trust and cooperation. We firmly believe in multilateralism, with the United Nations at its center. With its unmasked coverage, legitimacy, and convening power, the United Nations is the most appropriate forum for promoting global cooperation based on sovereign equality and mutual respect. Currently, the second largest troops and police contributing country, Nepal has been a consistent contributor to UN peacekeeping for the last 6.5 decades. We have deployed our peacekeepers at every call and without caveat, even in difficult situations. Nepal supports all major initiatives aimed at reforming UN peace operations. We have endorsed the Kigali principles, the Action for Peacekeeping, and A for P plus initiatives, among others. We have zero-case policy against sexual exploitation and abuse in peace operations. We condemn the targeted attacks against the Blue Helmets. Perpetrators of such crimes should be brought to justice. We believe that countries should have fair share of leadership positions at the headquarters and in the field, according to the level and history of their contribution to UN peacekeeping. Nepal supports UN reform initiatives, including revitalizing the General Assembly and reforming the Security Council to make it more representative, inclusive, and transparent. We also support reform initiatives based on the Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda. These endeavors will not produce results unless the member states take bold and transformative steps to make our organization fit for the future. We must enable the UN to deliver on the needs of the farthest behind the first. To conclude, Mr. President, the decisions we make today will determine what our future will look like. Our choice to act or not to act will have a huge impact on generations to come. Let us look at what opportunities lie ahead for us. Let us give solidarity and cooperation a chance. As a peace-loving country, Nepal remains committed to contributing to our collective efforts of making this world peaceful, prosperous, and equitable. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Foreign Secretary of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mark Herman Ninadu Araba, Chair of the Delegation of Benin.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, the privilege and the high honor falls to me on behalf of Mr. Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin, who is unfortunately unable to be here, to make the following statement. As I open this statement, I wish to address to you, President, my warm congratulations upon your successful election to the presidency of the 77th regular session of the General Assembly. I also wish to express my congratulations to your predecessor, His Excellency Abdallah Shahid, and his team for the remarkable work done with dedication and skill during his mandate, which deserves to be praised. I also pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, with our appreciation for the laudable efforts he tirelessly makes alongside the members to realize the noble objectives of our shared organization. President, Excellencies, the topic for this year is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, a pressing call to action. Indeed, the session is taking place in a difficult international context, marked by the combined outcome of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, with their economic, political, and social impact on the whole world. For peace and security, the first pillar of the United Nations action on the worldwide scale, action from us, in the opinion of my delegation and in accordance with the clearly expressed position of the African Union, calls for respect of international law, territorial integrity, and national sovereignty of Ukraine. We thus call urgently on the parties to the conflict to immediately adopt a ceasefire and open political negotiations without further ado in order to save the world from the consequences of planetary conflict. Regionally, particularly in the zone of West Africa where Benin belongs. Peace and security are threatened by the combined effects of terrorist threat and piracy at sea, which are both major obstacles to the free circulation of people and goods, as well as the development of the countries concerned. These obstacles, far from being purely regional problems, are an international threat and call for an immediate response which is consistent and comprehensive from the community of nations. Turning to development, the second pillar of United Nations action, it is no longer time for analysis. We already have the Sustainable Development Program for 2030, the 2030 Agenda, which give us a real plan of action for humanity and the Earth, immediately and for the future in a forward-looking process. In the awareness of its own responsibility, Africa drew up and launched a transformative vision for the continent, the Africa we want, which is the 2063 Agenda of the African Union. We are resolutely committed to economic integration and speeded industrialization with added value and greater integration in the world value chain. All this to say that Africa's development, as well as the 8 major priorities of the United Nations, should continue to be considered as it was last July during the high-level dialogue on Africa organized jointly by the General Assembly and the Economic and Social Council. It is still urgent in this decade of action for robust, specific actions to support our thinking so that solutions will be provided to the concerns proper to Africa. Benin, for its part, is resolutely committed to provide a minimum social platform for all in engaging tirelessly to meet the vital needs of all its citizens, which are appropriate clothing, good nutrition, decent housing, proper health care, and quality education. To this end, and through courageous reforms for governance and the proper mobilization of internal financial resources, the government of Benin is working on finding innovative sources to mobilize the necessary funds for its development by issuing, for example, the special SDG Eurobonds. Strong, appropriate support must be given to our country, besides the efforts that we ourselves are making in order to strengthen and sustain our achievements and effectively respond to ongoing challenges. When development is to be sustainable, besides covering its economic and social components, we need to think of the environment, without which development would not be sustainable at all. For this reason, more than ever, it is time to continue our joint efforts to respond appropriately to the problem of climate change, which are a true existential threat to Benin, because of the combined effects of one, desertification in the north, 2, coastal erosion and increasing salinity of fresh water in the south, and 3, increased disturbances of the cycle of the seasons across the territory. In this context, we have great hope in COP27, which will take place next November in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and we call on all the community of nations to undertake fruitful discussions with good outcomes, responding to the challenges which will restore our hopes. Turning to the promotion and protection of human rights, Benin, on the international level, early this year, beginning its mandate as a member of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, is providing and will continue to contribute to promote and actively facilitate all initiatives for the attainment of the SDGs, which is the most sure way of guaranteeing respect for human rights. Nationally, Benin is working on mobilizing resources, making it possible for the population to access proper food, quality education, healthcare protecting the most vulnerable, drinking water, electricity, and their own energy sources. Faced with the many challenges before us, the time has come to preserve and strengthen multilateralism, which is truly inclusive and based on fair rules which apply to all, as the melting pot for thinking and actions to contribute viable global solutions. Benin provides full support to ongoing diplomatic initiatives within the United Nations to find peaceful, lasting, fair solutions to the issue of the creation of a viable Palestinian state with full international sovereignty and living in peaceful coexistence with the State of Israel. Efforts to find a permanent solution to the issue of the Western Sahara, making the most of the political process and its achievements, held under the auspices of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, which aims to find a compromise solution in the framework of the implementation of the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. The issue of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo on Cuba. On this front, Benin associates itself to the statements of the relevant summits of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, as well as the resolution of the 35th regular session of the African Union in February 2022 in Addis Ababa. We call for normalization of relations between Cuba and the United States. As the Secretary-General indicates in his report entitled Our Common Program, humanity throughout history has shown that it is able to produce great results when it acts as one. More than ever, it is an issue for humanity to make a choice between remaining passive and acquiescing to continued breakdown or acting resolutely to build a better future. I'm persuaded we will hear the voice of reason. Today's topic, the session's topic, is aptly described as decisive. We are called on to find transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. This is only possible through multidimensional partnerships involving governments, multilateral organizations, the private sector and civil society in a spirit of shared responsibility to take a robust action to comprehensively implement current agreements. With this call for responsible action and with faith in our ability to work together to respond to the challenges, I wish full success to the work of the 77th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. My delegation is prepared to make every effort to follow up on our commitments and those of all members to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Long live multilateral cooperation, more robust, inclusive, and consistent to serve sustainable development. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
The Chair of the Delegation of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Song Kim, Chair of the Delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, let me begin by congratulating you, Mr. Chaba Korosi, on your election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am confident that this session under your able stewardship will be crowned with a success. I also expect that the current debate will serve as a meaningful occasion for all UN member states to find a common solution through exchanges of useful experiences to tiding over the existing challenges and crises and building a sustainable world for ourselves, as well as the future of coming generations. Mr. President, over the last 3 years since the outbreak of the once-in-a-century pandemic, this malignant virus has taken the precious lives of more than 6.53 million people, and it still poses a threat to the existence of humankind, with the emergence of subvariants strong in transmission and immunity evasion. To make matters worse, the global health crisis is compounded by newly emerging infectious diseases such as monkeypox. This year has seen immense human and material losses in all regions of the world, including South Asia, Western Europe, and North America, due to the destructive effects of the disaster-prone abnormal weather resulting from the climate change. This has created yet another difficult problem to the international community. Moreover, the global security environment is plunging into the worst ever state since the World War II, owing to the high-handedness and arbitrariness of some countries, attempting to replace the current international order centered on the UN system with a rules-based international order governed by the unilateral and exclusive Western values. The UN was founded in reflection of the expectations and desire of humankind who wanted to see no more repetition of the scourge of the world wars that inflicted indescribable misfortune upon them. The present reality urgently calls for the United Nations to promote more than ever before cooperation and reconciliation and unity and solidarity among its member states and discharge its righteous mandate and role. Mr. President, the world was faced with challenges and difficulties of all sorts during the last year. The DPRK was no exception. This notwithstanding, the DPRK has scored valuable successes in protecting the life and safety of the people from the threat of a malignant pandemic and achieving overall development of the country, while persistently overcoming the difficulties and obstacles on its own. I hope that the successes and experiences gained by the DPRK will make a positive contribution to the deliberation of the theme before the current session of the General Assembly for overcoming interlocking challenges and finding transformative solutions by the international community. The unprecedented crisis caused by the malignant virus spread throughout the state from late last April. It presented a very critical ordeal and served as an occasion to test the national crisis preparedness capacity of the country. But the DPRK government made a correct analysis of the features of the malignant virus and the circumstances of its outbreak, together with the state of the public health of the country. On this basis, it lost no time in putting forward an anti-epidemic policy in a scientific, transparent, and speedy manner, so as to take a strategic initiative in preventing the infectious disease, and proceeded with its implementation with due care, thus achieving a decisive victory in exterminating the malignant virus in a very short period of 100 days. High sense of organization and voluntary unity of action, and the social ethos of the helping and caring about each other are the superiority of the political system peculiar to our country. This served as a fundamental guarantee for successful implementation of the scientific anti-epidemic policy. In terms of anti-epidemic and public health foundations, our country has been in a weaker condition than other countries. But it took the infectious disease under control at the shortest period of time. All in all, this is a brilliant result brought by the DPRK government's correct anti-epidemic policy and the superior socialist system. The DPRK government is closely following the anti-epidemic situation of the neighboring countries and the world. At the same time, it is stepping up its work to build the national anti-epidemic capacity to actively cooperate within a public health crisis in the present and future, and to fully secure the life and safety of the people. Upon authorization, I take this opportunity to express thanks to those countries and international organizations that have shown their deep interest and willingness to render assistance to the anti-epidemic work of our country. Despite the inevitable difficulties and obstacles caused by the global health crisis and abnormal weather conditions, the DPRK government achieved new successes and progress by propelling without interruption the efforts for national development and stabilization and improvement of the people's livelihood. Industry, agriculture, and all other sectors of the economy are showing the trend of a steady and stable growth, and the works to supply the people with modern apartments free of charge and provide the children and pupils all across the country with nutritious food, new school uniforms, and stationery materials at the state's expense are being carried forward as planned. Subjective and objective conditions and environment are still unfavorable, but visible and substantial progress and advances are being made in our country with a social atmosphere which is full of vim and vigor. This reality of our country substantiates the fact that we can successfully overcome any difficulty and challenge if we rely on the strength of the people to implement the policies that suit the reality on the ground. Mr. President, the successes achieved by the DPRK in its national and social development are not something which was by no means made under peaceful and tranquil environment. The security environment of the Korean Peninsula is now caught in a vicious cycle of tensions and confrontation due to the growing hostility of the United States and its following forces against the DPRK. Recently, it is heading into a much more dangerous phase. One of the Trump excuses of the United States and its servile forces to justify their hostile policy and military threats against the DPRK is none other than the possession of our self-defensive nuclear weapons. A few days ago, the U.S. President, just at this place, accused us, saying despite their efforts to begin serious and sustained diplomacy, the DPRK continues to blatantly violate UN sanctions. To put it clearly, we have never recognized such resolutions of the United Nations that impose pressure because we do not abide by the rules made by the United States unilaterally. We will not accept them in the future too. In addition to our country, there exist a number of countries in the world which possess nuclear weapons, but only the DPRK has been subjected to the most brigandish and brutal sanctions resolutions. This is because the United Nations connived at and allowed the high-handedness and arbitrariness of the United States, antagonizing the independent DPRK with an absurd reason that it differs in its ideals and systems and opposes its unjust policy. The United States is now planning, even at this moment, to conduct joint military exercises which arouse serious concerns in the surroundings of the Korean Peninsula. Obviously, this is an extremely dangerous act of igniting the fuse to drive the situation on the Korean Peninsula to the brink of war. Mr. President, the DPRK has found another correct answer to defending its sovereignty and fundamental interests from the persistent hostile policy and military threats of the United States and its following forces, and to ensuring peace and security on the Korean Peninsula and in the region. At the recent 7th session of the 14th Supreme People's Assembly of the DPRK, law on the policy of the nation's nuclear forces has been adopted with the unanimous approval in reflection of the general will of all the Korean people. In direction proportion to the increase of the hostile policy and military blackmail by the United States against us, our strength is bound to grow continuously to contain them. The United States compelled the DPRK to adopt a law on the policy of nuclear forces in defiance of the U.S. hostility. The United States should clearly understand that its heinous hostile policy against the DPRK over the past 30 years has just brought about today's reality, and ask and answer itself and ponder over how far it would prolong this situation in the future. Mr. President, in his policy speech given at the 7th session of the 14th Supreme People's Assembly, Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs of the DPRK, said that present international situation shows that the contradictions between justice and injustice and between the progressive and the reactionary, especially the power structure surrounding the Korean Peninsula, have become obvious, and the change from a unipolar world advocated by the United States into a multipolar world is being accelerated significantly. Today, the world is faced with not a few severe crises and challenges, but the most fundamental danger is the high-handedness and arbitrariness of the United States and its followers that are destroying the foundation of the international peace and stability in order to maintain the hegemonic unipolar world. The rules-based international order advocated by the United States is no less than the U.S.-centered international order permeated with unilateral and hegemonic American values. It is also an imperialistic power structure which gives precedence to the interests of the United States, of the common interests of humankind and international law, and forces other countries' obedience. The United States, while dividing the world into democracy and authoritarianism, is now forcing other countries to choose between the two and seek bloc confrontation, and it attempts to maintain world hegemony by expanding the bilateral and multilateral military alliance, a legacy of the Cold War. The prevailing reality urgently calls on the United Nations, mandated to maintain international peace and security and safeguard international justice, to fully discharge its missions and role enshrined in the Charter, strictly adhering to the principles of impartiality and objectivity. The United Nations is the most universal international organization, bringing together all the sovereign countries. As such, an individual country or minority group can never represent the UN. All UN activities should be duly oriented to realizing the common interests and prosperity of the member states. To this end, the basic formula for solution of the problems should be the decision-making, which reflects not the individual interests of a few countries, but the legitimate and just demand and opinions of all the member states. The UN Security Council is the very organization where impartiality and objectivity are not ensured in the UN activities. The mere fact that the UN Security Council makes an issue of the exercise of the legitimate right to self-defense of a sovereign state is a contradictory act, as it denies the basic spirit of the UN Charter, which clearly stipulates sovereign equality and non-interference, as well as the recognized rules governing international relations. The UN Security Council is not fully discharging its mandate and responsibility to safeguard international peace and security. The main reason exactly lies in the unjust and double-dealing acts of the United States and some UN member states following in the footsteps of the United States. The UN Security Council does not say even a single word about the high-handedness and arbitrariness, reckless arms build-up and war crimes of the United States, but only accuses DPRK of its righteous efforts to bolster national defense capabilities on a case-by-case basis. All of these show that the UN Security Council has lost its competence and authority to act on behalf of the UN member states when it performs its duty to maintain international peace and security. As long as the double standards and unfairness and high-handedness and arbitrariness of the United States are not removed, any decisions or resolutions adopted by the UN Security Council can neither have reasonable binding force nor contribute to ensuring global peace and security. In order to put an end to the high-handedness and arbitrariness of specific countries, including the United States, and restore confidence of the international community in the UN Security Council, urgent priority should be given to the expansion and strengthening of representation of developing countries, which account for the absolute majority of the UN membership. If the UN is to ensure impartiality and objectivity in its activities, it should stick to the cardinal principles of respecting sovereign equality and the right to self-determination of the peoples. The United States and some other UN member states are trying to unilaterally impose on sovereign states the Western values and the rules-based international order under the symbols of safeguarding democracy and protecting human rights. Such interventionist attempts constitute a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, which gives precedence to the principle of sovereign equality. The impartial acts and double standards favoring the unfair positions of some individual countries and specific forces should be thoroughly eliminated, and the core principles of the UN Charter of sovereign equality and equal rights and self-determination of the peoples should be strictly observed. The DPRK delegation takes this opportunity to extend firm support and solidarity to the government and people of Cuba in their struggle to safeguard their sovereignty and the right development of the country in the face of the high-handedness and arbitrariness of the United States in a move to interfere in its internal affairs. We also strongly demand the economic and financial embargo on Cuba by the United States be lifted in its entirety immediately as required by the relevant resolution of the UN General Assembly. We also stand in firm support and solidarity with the peoples of the Syrian Arab Republic, Palestine, and other independent countries who are struggling to repel interference of foreign forces and safeguard the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, it is the invariable foreign policy stand of the DPRK government to maintain independence, peace, and friendship. The DPRK will broadly cooperate with all countries and nations which oppose and reject aggression and interference, domination, subordination, and aspire after independence and justice, transcending differences in an ideology and system. It will also develop multifaceted exchanges and cooperation, even with the capitalist countries that respect our country on friendly terms. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea sets great store by sovereign equality and international justice. It will in the future too actively join the international community in its efforts to maintain world peace and security and establish a fair and just international order. It will also fully undertake its responsibility and role in ensuring peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
I thank the Chair of the Delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Aksultan Atayeva, Chair of the Delegation of Turkmenistan.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have the honor of conveying the greetings and wishes of peace and prosperity to the peoples of your countries from the President of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Serdar Berdimuhamedov. I congratulate Mr. Çabakurushi on his election as the President of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly and wish him success in this important position of responsibility. I express my gratitude to the distinguished Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, for his effective work. Distinguished participants, the current session of the UN General Assembly is seen by Turkmenistan from the point of view of needing to urgently leverage the potential of the global community and the UN's constructive influence on global processes, search for channels of dialogue as the only acceptable way to resolve conflicts and differences, lay the foundations for developing responsible joint approaches to the problems of post-pandemic development, and restore economic and humanitarian ties. For Turkmenistan, the new political year marks an important date, the 30th anniversary of our membership in the United Nations. Based on the solid foundation of engagement with the United Nations that we have built over the years, and reaffirming our commitment to a strategic partnership with the UN and our conviction that there is no alternative to this global entity which is the sole to enjoy universal legitimacy, Turkmenistan will continue its efforts to enhance and consolidate its role in the world and to reaffirm internationally recognized legal norms and the UN Charter as the political and ideological basis for intergovernmental relations. The architecture of global security created within the framework of our organization is being seriously tested today. We are witnessing complex processes that hinder multilateral cooperation, including in such important areas as security and stability. In order to overcome the current difficulties in international relations, Turkmenistan believes that it is necessary to strengthen existing platforms for dialogue and consider establishing new ones for intergovernmental contact and negotiations on pressing issues on the global agenda. Restoring trust and a culture of respectful dialogue is currently gaining universal significance as one of the key conditions for a responsible, non-confrontational approach, seeking opportunities for mutual understanding and preserving a balance of interests when considering problematic issues. In order to further promote the philosophy of trust-based dialogue and international relations, Turkmenistan intends to propose a draft resolution for consideration by the UN General Assembly entitled Dialogue, a Guarantee for Peace. We are convinced that the adoption of such a document would serve to confirm the principled and unequivocal commitment of all UN member states to a peaceful negotiation-based method of resolving conflicts, no matter how difficult they may seem. Further building on our efforts in this area, we invite the international community to declare 2025 the Year of Peace and Trust, based on the provision of the United Nations General Assembly resolution adopted earlier at the initiative of Turkmenistan. Today, the role of peacekeeping instruments in the international community's toolbox is objectively increasing. This includes, in particular, using the potential of neutrality and its conceptual foundations to strengthen overall stability and security. Based on the General Assembly's recognition of neutrality as a factor in strengthening comprehensive peace and security, and the resolution declaring December 12th the International Day of Neutrality, Turkmenistan will continue to work actively with its partners to expand the membership of the Group of Friends of Neutrality for Peace, Security, and Sustainable Development established at the UN. The logic of global processes in the field of security dictates a need to significantly strengthen regional interaction mechanisms. On July 28th of this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution proclaiming Central Asia a zone of peace, trust, and cooperation. We are grateful to the international community for taking this step, which creates the necessary conditions in a strategically important part of the global political map for active efforts to strengthen international security, prevent and resolve conflicts, and build strong and effective regional institutions to that end. As the host country of the headquarters of the UN Regional Center for Preventative Diplomacy for Central Asia, Turkmenistan urges for comprehensive assistance to be provided for its work, which has proven its effectiveness. Considering that December 2022 will mark the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the Regional Center, we intend to submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly on the role of the Center to reflect significant events of recent years and consolidate the mechanisms of regional interaction built on its basis. We are particularly concerned by the current rise in threats to global food security, which are rapidly beginning to affect an increasing number of countries and entire regions. Urgent efforts are required in this context on the part of the entire international community, as well as effective measures in order to overcome the current situation. With a view to maintaining the stability of the global food market and jointly search for solutions to the complex problems of providing food to the most vulnerable countries, as well as in support of the efforts of the Secretary General of the UN in this regard, we propose holding an international forum on food security in Turkmenistan. In the current context, fully delivering on agreements to implement the Sustainable Development Goals is increasingly important. Here, in support of multilateral tools for monitoring the achievement of the SDGs, Turkmenistan will present its second National Voluntary Review of the implementation of the SDGs during the High-Level Political Forum in 2023. At present, meeting the challenge of sustainable development largely depends on the level of international cooperation in critical areas such as transport and energy. Continuing its efforts to promote multilateral transport cooperation, during the current session, Turkmenistan intends to summarize the results of the 2016 and 2021 global conferences on sustainable transport, as well as other high-level transport forums held in recent years, including the Ministerial Transport Conference of Landlocked Countries held in Turkmenistan on August 15th and 16th of this year, and to prepare proposals to develop a draft concept for a special interregional UN program for transport development. At the current session, Turkmenistan also trusts that a broad dialogue will naturally continue on the issue of energy security. In this context, based on the provisions of UN General Assembly resolutions on the reliability and stability of energy resource supply to world markets, adopted at the initiative of our country, we see a need to continue working on the implementation of Turkmenistan's earlier proposals to establish an international open-ended expert group in order to develop a modern international legal UN toolkit to regulate sustainable and reliable energy transit. Mr. President, in Central Asia, due to objective reasons, climate change and water issues are of crucial importance, and in some cases, they are decisive factors in regional processes with a significant impact on the general situation, the implementation of socioeconomic development plans, and addressing major environmental issues. Based on Turkmenistan's positions on climate change adaptation and mitigation, presented in November 2021 at the 26th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in Glasgow, as well as those practically considered during multilateral consultations within the framework of the Climate Conference in Bonn in June this year. Turkmenistan is carrying out preparations for the establishment of a regional center for climate technology for Central Asian states in Ashgabat. At the same time, noting the nationally determined contribution of Turkmenistan adopted in May 2022 as part of its obligations under the Paris Agreement, Turkmenistan intends to intensify efforts to achieve the goals contained in this document, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting the Global Methane Pledge Initiative. We will continue to make persistent and determined efforts to make the Aral Sea issue a dedicated area of work within the UN. To this end, In May 2023, we intend to resume negotiations on a draft resolution of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific on the establishment of a special UN program for the Aral Sea Basin, which will be based on the provisions of UN General Assembly resolutions on cooperation between the United Nations and the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, adopted in 2018 and 2019. Your Excellencies, the impacts of the pandemic require us to continue our coordinated efforts in order to address identified vulnerabilities in global and national health systems. Turkmenistan will continue supporting the joint efforts of the international community to combat the novel coronavirus infection and create tools for medical diplomacy. Emphasizing the key role of the World Health Organization in developing consolidated responses to common threats, we support the global One Health concepts that has been developed and will promote it as part of the roadmap to support the health and well-being of populations in Central Asia through 2025. Distinguished participant, despite the diversity of challenges facing each of our countries, we are united by common hopes, common anxieties, and threats. Turkmenistan stands ready, together with its partners, to seek new approaches and ways to overcome the challenges faced by humanity. Based on our strategic cooperation with the United Nations, our country will make every effort to achieve these goals. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Turkmenistan. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Maria de Jesus.
Your Excellency, Mr. Kshaba Karosi, President of the 77th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to take the floor in this majestic hall of multilateral diplomacy on behalf of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, who wished to be here in person to address Your Excellency, but was unable to due to the general elections of August 24th and to his swearing-in ceremony. However, His Excellency has entrusted me to greet all those present especially Your Excellency Kshaba Karosi, and to congratulate you on your election as President of the 77th Session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and to assure you of the support of the Republic of Angola during your presidency. Your Excellencies, this session, whose theme is a decisive moment, transformative solutions to interrelated challenges, takes place during a unique and sensitive international moment in our modern history, where we face complex challenges that call for joint solutions. The world faces persistent and cyclical challenges, which have been exacerbated in recent years by the international health situation brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, the emergence of growing threats to the economy, peace, and global security, as well as the impacts of climate change. The Republic of Angola has defended at international forums the importance of multilateralism and international cooperation that are mutually advantageous and beneficial to the relations between states, whether large or small, developed or developing, because in our understanding, this is the way that we can effectively contribute to the search for consensus solutions in resolving political, economic, social, and cultural crises. World peace, which we all aim to achieve, will only come about through peace-building efforts in every country. In this regard, the Republic of Angola continues to make important efforts to contribute to peace and stability on the African continent and in its sub-region in particular. In its role presiding the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, the Republic of Angola has spared no efforts to contribute to peace and stability in the region, especially with respect to the conflict in the Central African Republic, but also with regards to the border dispute between Rwanda and the DRC, as well as between Uganda and Rwanda, where we have modestly tried to do our best, since, as we know, the solution always, and above all, depends on the political will of the parties directly involved, as His Excellency the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, recently reminded us. Your Excellencies, Angola's efforts at peace building on the African continent merited the special recognition of the African Union, which designated the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, an African Union champion for peace and reconciliation during the extraordinary summit on terrorism and unconstitutional changes of governments in Africa, which demonstrates our country's commitment to mediation and consensus in resolving political crises in Africa and around the world. These efforts have been galvanized by the support we have received from the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. Angola will continue to work closely with the United Nations and the African Union in peace and consensus-building efforts in order to resolve conflicts with a view toward achieving a culture of peace, security, and stability at the SADC, the ECCAS, the ICGLR levels, as well as in the Gulf of Guinea and in other regional organizations. The Republic of Angola continues to uphold the inalienable rights of all states to strengthen their own defenses against external threats, equipping their armed forces with men, weapons, and equipment that meet national needs. In this respect, we reiterate here our call for the lifting of the arms embargo imposed on the Central African Republic. Your Excellencies, history teaches us that we must discourage the use of force to resolve conflicts that exist between sovereign nations, as the consequences for humanity are immeasurable. Based on the principle of non-alignment enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Angola, our country advocates for conflict resolution through dialogue and respect for international law. The political military conflicts and the existing and persistent disparity in the economic and technological development spheres between world regions and geographic blocs represent a permanent threat, and at the same time an opportunity for all humanity to join forces for their peaceful resolution. Once more, Angola urges the end of the economic embargo against Cuba and the removal of unilateral measures and sanctions against the Cuban people, which impedes their country's harmonious economic, social, and technical scientific development. In general, Angola defends the lifting of all unilateral sanctions or coercive measures imposed against the peoples of Zimbabwe and Venezuela, among others, without a mandate from the Security Council. These politically motivated measures have proven to be counterproductive to efforts to eradicate poverty and to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, and they violate the principles of the United Nations Charter and of international public and humanitarian law. Your Excellencies, negotiations for reforming the UN Security Council still have not produced the results that the overwhelming majority of member states expects. The Republic of Angola joins other voices that defend such reforms towards an equitable representation that reflects the current configuration of the United Nations. The Zwoleni Consensus and the CERT Declaration represent a viable option to restore the rights and legitimate aspirations of the African continent and to correct the historical injustices that the region is experiencing with its absence from the decision-making center at one of the main statutory bodies in matters of international peace and security created by the United Nations Charter. Your Excellencies, Angola held its 5th general elections on August 24th, characterized by an environment of peace, harmony, and transparency, thus consolidating the construction of a democratic state and the rule of law, with a view toward the country's socio-economic development. The newly elected government intends to continue to work on ongoing reforms as one of the priorities of its mandates. Your Excellencies, the Republic of Angola is aligned with the international consensus on sustainable development, including the African Union Agenda 2063 on the environment. It has approved the National Strategy on Climate Change and Environmental Education and plans to achieve the target of 70% energy from non-polluting sources by 2025, favoring clean hydroelectric and solar energy. To this end, numerous and significant investments have been made in economic and social infrastructures to mitigate the effects of a prolonged drought that has affected the southern region of Angola, with special emphasis on the inauguration in 2022 of an aqueduct in the province of Cunene, which provides access to water to 350,000 citizens over a span of 160 kilometers, thus ensuring the supply for people, cattle, and irrigation. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to announce that the Republic of Angola will host the 10th Summit of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States on December 6th through 10th, 2022 in Luanda, at a time when the challenges that the international community faces are increasingly complex and require the engagement and solidarity of all of us in order to overcome them. Our purpose is to do everything possible so that the OSP, now a full-fledged international organization, plays its role in the concert of nations. Therefore, we would like to count on the attendance and participation of all member states. Thank you very much.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Angola. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Al Hassan, chair of the delegation of Oman.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace and blessings of God be upon you. Your Excellency, President Chaba Karachi, we would like to extend to you and your friendly country, the Republic of Hungary, our heartfelt congratulations on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We would like to reassure you and all member states that we will work to ensure the successful deliberations and conclusions of the work of this session. We also appreciate the effort of your predecessor. It would be a remiss not to extend our thanks and appreciation to His Excellency the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless effort in leading this organization and advancing its noble causes while developing its working methods to enhance its effectiveness and adapt to the current needs. the Sultanate of Oman would continue its support for his efforts aimed at achieving justice and peace all over the world. Mr. President, the Sultanate of Oman pursues a well-established policy based on a deep and steadfast vision as well as a legacy drawn from its cultural heritage and experience. Therefore, it affirms the fundamentals of its foreign policy in siding with truth and justice, strengthening positive cooperation and bonds of friendship, and contributing to the consolidation of international peace and security. The Sultanate of Oman is convinced that establishing and maintaining peace in the world is necessary for the interest of all peoples. This can only be preserved if it's based on firm principles of justice and solid foundations of cooperation and harmony among all nations. We call upon the international community to be tangibly guided by these references and build partnerships between countries in accordance with the tenets of international law and customary legal practices in order to achieve peaceful coexistence and enhance cooperation and economic prosperity for all. Mr. President, my country continues to spare no effort through constructive cooperation with all parties to achieve peace in the brotherly Yemen. While the Sultanate of Oman welcomes the extensions of the truce, it appeals to all Yemeni parties to come to terms with the painful past and focus on formulating a promising and a better future for the country that would preserve their unity, security, and stability. This would come on the basis of the mutually agreed terms of references, including the Gulf Cooperation Initiative, the outcome of the intra-Yemeni dialogue, and the relevant United Nations resolutions. In this context, the Sultanate of Oman will continue supporting the efforts of the United Nations Special Envoy to Yemen, Mr. Hans Gronberg, as well as the United States of America's Envoy for Yemen, Tim Lander-King. We appreciate their endeavors to achieve lasting peace in Yemen through dialogue. We also call on all Yemeni parties to engage in meaningful and serious manner to formulate the roadmap agreed upon by the Yemeni brothers, as well as a political process that will safeguard the sovereignty, independence, security, and stability of Yemen. My country affirms that it will continue to provide all possible facilities and humanitarian assistance to the various Yemeni regions and governorates without exception, hoping for a continued international action that would end the suffering of the brotherly people of Yemen. Mr. President, settling the Palestinian question remains an essential pillar to ensure stability in the Middle East. This conflict has generated many crises, tensions, and violence. Thus, we believe that the two-state solution, in accordance with international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative, is an urgent need and a strategic necessity to achieve lasting peace, mutual trust, and positive cooperation among all parties in the region. We also take interest in the unfolding developments in Libya, Syria, and Sudan. We hope for resolutions of the differences through consensus between the concerned political components and consolidating the concept of a shared destiny to achieve security and stability for these brotherly countries. We call upon the international community to redouble its diplomatic effort to support peace and stability so as to resolve the Russian-Ukrainian crisis through dialogue and negotiation, for these are the most successful means of resolving differences in accordance with the principles of international law and common human values. Mr. President, my country looks forward to an active participation in the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, which will be held next November in Sharm el-Sheikh. We wish the brotherly Arab Republic of Egypt success in hosting this conference. Climate change is one of the most prominent issues of our time. And we are now facing a decisive moment. The world is in a real and difficult situation, a challenge that has wide-ranging effects, be it the rising temperatures or catastrophic floods, which are all threatening the food security of many countries. Adapting to this new condition will be more difficult and costly if the world did not unite to address it in a radical and integrated manner. In this regard, the Sultanate of Oman has developed a national strategy to protect the environment and address climate change. This comes in partnership with the local community, civil society institutions, and the private sector, under the umbrella of the National Committee for Climate Change and the Protection of the Ozone Layer, which consists of 31 government agencies. Adaptation plans of the committee are implemented to mitigate the effects of climate fluctuations and to contribute in reducing carbon emissions by 7% by the year 2030, in accordance with the United Nations Climate Agreement. We're thus moving towards achieving zero neutrality free of greenhouse gas emissions. My country is set on accelerating the procedures for regulating the green hydrogen sector and encouraging investment in that sector in response to global transformations towards reducing carbon emissions and achieving the world's aspirations for new and multi-use energy sources. In view of the importance of strengthening this sector, my country has established a national alliance for hydrogen, relying on our national capabilities with abundance of solar and wind energy resources, in addition to the suitable land for the establishment of such projects. We also have a ports system and logistical support that would provide assistance to such projects based on the Sultanate of Oman's favorable geographical location on the map of clean energy development and production in the world. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my country derives the principles of equality, justice, and non-discrimination among the different segments of the society from the state statute of the Sultanate. Hence, the Omani women contribute, alongside men, with their diverse political, social, economic, and cultural views to build our modern state and promote cooperation and harmony among all. Women are key partners in development and an integral component of society. Thus, we are proud of what has been achieved in the advancement of women and her valuable contribution in the national field of action and social responsibility. Youth equally play a great role in embodying promising hopes and a bright future for comprehensive development. My country has provided different incentives and opportunities that are characterized by fairness, transparency, and equal opportunities for all. Mr. President, it is undoubtedly crystal clear that the successive crises and existing conflicts have all created challenges for the United Nations system. Therefore, we call upon the international community to rebuild through genuine and realistic partnerships. By uniting ranks and forgiving obstructive lapses, while moving forward with a positive vision for a more promising future for all mankind. In conclusion, we would like to wish you all peace, and we wish this session every success so that we can achieve the hopes and aspirations of our world. We also wish that you would enjoy the interesting and memorable World Cup to be held in the brotherly state of Qatar this coming November. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and peace be upon you all.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Oman. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohamed Siad Douale, chair of the delegation of Djibouti.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, we meet at a time when the world continues to go through an uncertain period marked by multiple crises on the security, economic, health, and climate fronts. The topic chosen for this general debate of the 77th session of the General Assembly, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, may seem abstract, even obscure, but it covers a concrete, painful reality which calls for the firm commitment of the international community to reconsider its approach in order to urgently respond to the multiple threats hanging over the world. The United Nations were created not only to prevent war, but also through international cooperation to resolve economic problems. The Charter of the United Nations in Article 1, Paragraph 3 tells us to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character. The prospect of a post-COVID-19 recovery was overshadowed by the conflict in Ukraine, which led to a rapid downturn in the world economy, skyrocketing food and fuel prices, and supply chain disruptions. We share the Secretary General's stand that despite the deterioration of the outlook, we can still have hope as long as there is a collective response and we commit ourselves to work together again in order to respond to the interconnected challenges we face. We support the Secretary General's proposed plan to recover the SDGs. In these efforts, priority should be given to the less developed countries, which include a population of 1.1 billion and continue to face major obstacles exacerbated by the world economic situation. We are particularly alarmed at the risk of severe difficulties in paying external debt, marginalization from international trade, weak access to power, and of course, the catastrophic impact of climate change. We are deeply grateful to Qatar for hosting the 5th United Nations Conference for LDCs. We hope that this will be an opportunity for the international community to mobilize in order to help them overcome the structural obstacles they face. My country, Djibouti, is facing the consequences of many external shocks, including the rise of world food prices after the war in Ukraine. If these factors contributed to slowing down growth, they did not put a stop to our determination to do our utmost so that Djibouti can become a stable, peaceful, clean, prosperous, and secure country with a good environment for private initiative. In order to do so, we drew up the National Development Plan 2020-2024, Djibouti ICI, I for inclusion, C for connectivity, I for institutions. We explained the content during our voluntary national review in July of this year. Let me dwell on the specifics of this plan. Inclusion intends to rethink and operationalize the inclusive sustainable development model with a role given to private initiatives as an essential lever for production and exchange, ensure better distribution of the fruits of growth. Connectivity intends to position Djibouti as a clearinghouse for regional and continental economies, and ensure better national integration for accelerated urban and rural development. Institutions is intended to strengthen human and institutional capacity of Djibouti to strengthen the achievement of rights and freedoms, democracy, stability, and transparent institutions, and social cohesion. Under the leadership of His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, the Republic of Djibouti is determined to work to fully realize the aforementioned objectives, and we, of course, count on the traditional support of partners and friendly countries. Climate change, President, is an existential threat to humanity. In order to convince ourselves, all we have to do is read and follow extreme weather events throughout the world. We also call on you to read the 6th report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the findings of which should mobilize the international community even more. We cannot postpone the implementation of commitments any further. We cannot passively allow each succeeding conference of the parties to note that we have not done enough. This is why we welcome the fact that the Egyptian presidency of COP27 has placed this conference under the topic of the effective implementation of commitments, particularly support for a fair transition and the mobilization of financial resources and viable investments to respond to climate change. Djibouti reaffirms its commitment to the implementation of the Paris Accords. Although it is a low greenhouse gas emitter, we are committed to an environmental policy of major scope with an ambition of 100% of energy that Djibouti uses by 2035 to be produced by it, even though some people do not seem to notice it. Djibouti is also negatively affected by the same climate risks as the other countries of the Horn of Africa: drought, lack of water, sea level rise, and flooding, as well as salinization. We welcome the unprecedented report of the 7th replenishment of the World Fund against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria under the leadership of President Biden. These resources are very important for the fight against these 3 epidemics by 2030. And they also strengthen resilience and the ability of health systems by giving them better ways of tracking and preparing for future threats. We closely followed the discussions on an international treaty on pandemics, a significant step forward towards defining a more appropriate global response. The best way of perpetuating a pandemic is not learning from the failures and and the efforts made to fight pandemics in the past. Djibouti was honored to host a high-level parallel event in partnership with the African Union Commission and the MasterCard Foundation on the topic of the new public health order in Africa on a national, regional, and international level. We put Africa's priorities at the center of this initiative, which is built on 5 pillars: strengthening public health institutions, bolstering the capacity of public health personnel, developing vaccines and diagnostic products, respectful partnerships, and increasing national resources. A call to action was adopted at the conclusion of the discussion. President, according to Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. In order to defend this vital principle, Djibouti, together with 141 member states of the United Nations, voted for the resolution condemning Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We are deeply concerned at the stalemate of the conflict 7 months after it broke out. We know that this is not a play fight with wooden swords. The conflict has led to innumerable loss of life and destruction of infrastructure, including hospitals and schools. The intensified war efforts, the risk of a stalemate, and the threat of use of nuclear weapons undermine a potential peaceful settlement of the dispute. We echo the call of President of Senegal and President of the African Union, Macky Sall, for de-escalation negotiations. A fair, lasting peace should be a priority for all of us, even if the path to peace is sometimes tortuous and difficult. It should be the priority. We reaffirm our support to the African position to improve the representation of the continent in international bodies, particularly the Security Council, reflecting the realities of the 21st century. Africa participates in good faith in the discussions on Security Council reform, and we believe that we should show more openness and flexibility to get out of the stalemate. Our population expects tangible results to dissipate the feeling that these reforms are simply an empty gesture and that the more things change, the more they stay the same. While reaffirming Africa's position based on the Azouini Consensus, Djibouti wishes to contribute with the following suggestions. We propose that the member states request the International Court of Justice to provide an opinion on how the veto meets purposes and principles of the United Nations as contained in the Charter itself, particularly in its preamble and Articles 1 and 2, and for the ICJ to state if such a right, which is a blocking right in reality and in practice, is in accordance with the relevant provisions of Articles 24 and 25 of the Charter, without prejudice to the response or the opinion of the International Court of Justice, which has discretionary power. Such an opinion, in our opinion, would be most useful. Mr. President, Djibouti loves peace. We affirm our deep attachment to the peaceful settlement of disputes, and for this reason, we have called numerous times on our neighbor Eritrea to speed up the normalization of relations between our two countries. Despite our openness and availability, the Secretary-General once again, in his letter dated 25 July 2022, addressed to the President of the Security Council, deplores the notable lack of progress on the ongoing issues. These pending issues are the border dispute and the fate of 13 Djiboutian prisoners of war. We take this opportunity to call once again for Eritrea to accept resolving these pending issues through bilateral dialogue, mediation, or binding arbitration. We further call on our neighbors to proceed to dismantling the Anda Ali camp. This would be a measure which would contribute to restoring a climate of trust between our two countries. In Somalia, we welcome recent political developments, the election of a new president, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, and the entry of a new government. We hail the determination of the president as expressed here from this very podium to fight al-Shabaab extremists whose methods and motivations were strongly denounced. Djibouti will continue to assist Somalia as a troop contributing country of ATMIS in efforts to stabilize the country. Our commitment to Somalia is complete, unwavering, and long-lasting. Turning to Yemen, Djibouti is encouraged by the truce announced in the confrontations following negotiations. We call for intensified talks in order to reach a lasting ceasefire, and we also closely follow the efforts to counter the environmental, maritime, and humanitarian risk posed by the Safar oil tanker. We are also concerned at Israel's political behavior characterized by an obstruction and violation of the peace agreements and the many Security Council resolutions. Djibouti reaffirms its constant position of supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state which is independent and viable with East Jerusalem as its capital, side by side in peace with Israel. In conclusion, let us work together to build a stronger, better organization, better able to respond to global challenges. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Ms. Josiane Dongobir, Chair of the Delegation of Nauru.
Mr. President, it is an honor to represent His Excellency Lionel Rowan Ngamiya and deliver this statement for the Republic of Nauru at the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Nauru, allow me to congratulate Your Excellency, Mr. Chaba Korosi, on your assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly for the 77th session. Let me assure you of my delegation's full cooperation and support as you lead this august body in seeking transformative solutions to our shared interlocking challenges. Allow me to also thank His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives for his exceptional stewardship of this august body during the 76th session, and note the many successful initiatives undertaken during his tenure during the presidency of Hope Fellowship. Nauru was privileged to have one of its young officials participate in this pioneering fellowship. Mr. President, we come together at a critical moment created by three interconnected crises: the COVID pandemic and its consequences, the war in Ukraine, and a tipping point in climate change. These crises are creating unprecedented humanitarian challenges, as well as growing concerns about the global economy. To overcome these challenges and to fulfill the promises of the 2030 Agenda, we must draw upon the strength of multilateralism and the ability of this organization to bring about the transformative change that builds our people's resilience to face the crises of today and of the future. This time last year, Nauru was proud to declare its COVID-free status. However, that is no longer the case. Thankfully, however, with the strong support of our partners, Nauru was able to achieve high vaccination rates for both adults and children. Our high vaccination rates have been critical in ensuring minimal casualties from the COVID infection. We thank our partners, Australia, India, Japan, Switzerland, and the United States, including the COVAX facility, for their support throughout the pandemic. We would also like to acknowledge, in particular, the support and good practices demonstrated by the people of Taiwan in the face of COVID. The Republic of China Taiwan is an important partner in the global response to the pandemic, as well as a particular partner of Nauru. Taiwan's exemplary response and assistance should not be ignored. Taiwan is ready to share their experience, and we call for their recognition to ensure their right to engage with us all in this global forum. With the help of our partners and friends, the health effects of COVID on our country have been relatively mild. Despite this achievement, we note with deep concern the growing global resistance to vaccinations, alongside a rise in misinformation and fear-mongering through social media and mainstream media platforms. Vaccine resistance and misinformation puts us all at a risk, not only for COVID, but for other diseases, as evidenced through global outbreaks of measles and polio. In our interconnected world, we know that no one and no country is safe until everyone is safe. We need practical and collaborative solutions to combat the dangerous trend of misinformation for the sake of global health. As we have seen too many times in Nauru, in our deeply connected world, an outbreak in one corner can produce a ripple of destruction that can touch us all. Mr. President, to build our resilience domestically, Nauru prioritizes a preventative strategy for public health. Our strategy is informed by the lessons learned during this pandemic, and we continue to seek support to review, overhaul, and revamp our health systems, and to thereby develop innovative solutions to our needs. Moreover, to address the challenges of today and tomorrow, our health system needs to be climate resilient, with the capacity for viral risk management through e-medicine, digital technology, and more. Meeting our ambition will require partners to provide support and technical expertise. Beyond communicable diseases, other health challenges plague small island developing states, thus undermining our chances of a sustainable and healthy future where no one is left behind. The battle against non-communicable diseases is one battle we have little odds of winning due to ongoing challenges with food security and nutrition, as well as weak policies, strategies, and capacities to adequately address substance use and abuse. There must be a wholesale transformation of the food system to eradicate food insecurity and malnutrition. Incremental measures such as trainings, workshops, and kitchen gardens alone cannot meet the needs. We call on the UN and our partners to focus their efforts and help us towards securing affordable, nutritious food for all. Mr. President, we also take this opportunity to thank the government of Cuba for their long-standing commitment to strengthening our health sector through the work of their medical brigades. Despite the assistance they provide to many, the Cuban people continue to suffer from the economic, commercial, and financial embargo of the United States. We call on the United States to not forget the friendly people of Cuba who are also struggling like us under this pandemic. Mr. President, education holds the key to unlocking the transformative solutions we so urgently need to address the interlocking challenges of today's world. Education holds the mold for shaping the future we want and need. We must leave this week and the Transforming Education Summit not only inspired and energized by the passion of young people, but with concrete ideas and partnerships to take home and implement. Quality education for all will require both creativity and urgent action to tackle immediate needs and build towards long-term transformation. We have the opportunity now to reimagine education and invest in new approaches. We join calls for global efforts to review and revamp our education delivery models with a view to improving teacher attraction and retention strategies, strengthening partnerships between the homes and the school, as well as the development of inexpensive alternate models of delivery. Mr. President, when we speak of transformation and resilience, we must prioritize the climate emergency where the Pacific is on the front lines. Climate change continues to ravage our planet, and the global community has once again failed to take the actions required to curb its spread. We can no longer continue to debate the human impact on our planet and when and if we will band together to mount a fight against the climate emergency and its undeniable security implications. The maintenance of international peace and security demands that we unite with a shared understanding of the threats and challenges we face. Nauru continues its call upon the Secretary General to appoint a special representative on climate and security, and to immediately undertake an assessment of the UN's capacity to respond to climate disasters. Climate change has infiltrated every aspect of our lives, and as such, our response must be equally diverse and robust. While we are hopeful for COP27, we are not naive to the reality that work in this arena is far from the urgency and scale required. Major emitters are lacking in both commitment and action to reduce their emissions. We need stronger commitments and actions which move past pretty words on paper. Nauru, like other small island nations, have lived with the realities of climate change for some time now. Climate change undermines and threatens the ability of governments and institutions to deliver basic services in the short and long term. The Higher Ground Initiative is crucial to our ability to reclaim land that is now unusable, land that presents us both with an urgent need and an expensive financing venture. Hence, we seek both financial and technical assistance for the completion and implementation of the master plan for a pilot plot. If successful, this pilot plot can transform the future of Nauru, ensuring that our homeland can continue for generations to come. There also remains a serious and pressing need for climate-resilient infrastructure. Nauru faces significant delays in its port redevelopment project, a project that represents both a crucial domestic need and an international example of climate-resilient infrastructure. However, consequent of the pandemic, Nauru now faces unprecedented delays and unforeseen added costs beyond its national capacities. We join other vulnerable nations in the call for practical financial solutions to these unforeseen challenges to key adaptation measures. Mr. President, global transformation needs a global energy transition, and we welcome the ongoing work from the high-level dialogue on energy and work being undertaken to meet the SDG 7. A just and inclusive energy transition requires that no one and no country is left behind, and reaching these goals will require international financial and technical support. Moreover, it will require that we rethink how we get energy and where that energy comes from. We cannot expect a trajectory of global emissions to drop without access to viable energy alternatives. Deep-sea minerals provide us with a solution. Polymetallic nodules will transform big and small countries' energy systems with an accessible alternative and a pathway to a just energy transition. This is a priority for Nauru at the International Seabed Authority, and we continue to call for more support and investment to ensure the establishment and adherence to robust governance mechanisms in this field. We must not lose focus towards our shared goals of a just and inclusive energy transition as we work to complete the 2-year timeline to establish the global regulatory framework for deep seabed minerals. Mr. President, Nauru is a big ocean state, We are people of the ocean, and our lives are inextricably linked to the Pacific Ocean. The ocean has shaped who we are, as it has similarly shaped the nations and the peoples of other small island developing states. But we must transform our relationship with the ocean if it is to continue to sustain us and future generations. We express our disappointment that the work of the 5th session of the Intergovernmental Conference on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction was not completed. We are committed to overcoming issues of divergence in these negotiations, issues that are very important to island nations, like the special circumstances and shared vulnerabilities of small island developing states, must be recognized. This is not new. We must also come to consensus on benefit sharing on the high seas, especially as it relates to marine genetic resources. This is crucial for the economic diversity of island nations and is integral part of the blue economy. Finally, we raise, as we have before, the critical importance of ensuring sustainable fisheries. This includes ensuring that overfishing is not taking place, that fair prices are paid to small islands for fish taken from our waters, and that we eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Mr. President, Nauru remains committed to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement. These historic agreements outline our shared optimism for the future, and they provide us with the means and metrics to reach our ambition. However, they are in danger of not being worth the paper they are printed on without adequate and predictable support from the international community, as Nauru and other many island nations will not be able to realize the Sustainable Development Goals, nor to adapt and mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change. The ability to access sustainable financing determines whether we succeed or fail. Nauru, like many SIDS, face barriers to sustained economic growth due to our geographic remoteness, small scale of our economy, vulnerabilities to climate change, external economic and financial shocks, and the rules that govern development assistance. For years, small island developing states have reiterated the limitations of the per capita income as a measure of development. This arbitrary measure does not adequately consider our special circumstances and unique vulnerabilities. Nauru stresses the importance of the ongoing work on the multidimensional vulnerability index and reiterate the importance of its establishment. Though the process of finalizing and adopting the MVI has moved at a slower rate than anticipated or desired, we nonetheless thank and commend the high-level panel for their ongoing work thus far. Undoubtedly, crucial work such as the MVI cannot be hurried. In this light, Nauru calls for member states to universally agree and adopt the MVI once finalized, thus contributing to making sure that the needs of the most vulnerable are tailored to as required. Mr. President, as we commemorate the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons, Nauru, as a state party to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, encourages those member states who have yet to ratify the TPNW to do so, so we are united in the global goal for a peaceful and just world free of nuclear weapons. We are facing a time of great risk and uncertainty. This can, however, also be a time of opportunity and transformation. To ensure no one is left behind, our joint post-pandemic recovery efforts must be embedded and upheld in institutions and practices of good governance. We must be careful to not compromise on good governance practices under pressures to build back faster and better. We reiterate our commitment to the principles of good governance as we undertake our national general elections, and we call on member states to observe and actively strengthen and promote good governance both domestically and internationally. Mr. President, in concluding, allow me to express our hope that this year allows us to be open to transformation we seek. As Scripture guides us in Romans chapter 12, verse 2, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. May God bless the Republic of Nauru, and may God bless the United Nations. I thank you. Matabakar.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Nauru. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate. So allow me to say a few words. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my friends. For nearly a week, you, the delegations of the member states, have taken us back home with you, describing the priorities and the challenges that you face and the impact that they have on the people of your countries. The sheer number of you who took part in this debate points to the importance that the general debate holds in international affairs. This year, we heard from 190 speakers, including 76 heads of state, 50 heads of government, 4 vice presidents, 5 deputy prime ministers, 48 ministers, and 7 heads of delegations. Of the speakers, 23 were women, a figure that represents around 10 to 11% of leaders who participated in this year. But though their numbers are small, women leaders pack a punch, to quote former New Zealand Prime Minister Helen Clark, who moderated this year's first General Assembly platform for women leaders. An event that was one of my favorites in this week, with a refreshingly open discussions. I will not try to boil down the 190 statements we heard into a few phrases. It would not capture the nuances, nor could I replicate the passion and pride that your leaders brought to this General Assembly Hall. But there are some commonalities. The first shift I sensed is the growing awareness that humanity has entered a new era. Facing complex challenges and multi-layer crises, we reached a time of paradigm shift. Because the movements, the adjustments that we see around us cannot be called mere modifications any longer. They are significant transformations in the making. We have not even got a name for the new epoch yet. We cannot scientifically describe it yet, but we feel that it has arrived. The basic conditions of our global cooperation have changed. We live now in a different world, a world of new challenges, changing priorities, changing roles, and changing ways. Fresh pages of history are being written with new divisions, new alliances, new grievances, and new successes on them. The second message I heard, reverberating through the whole, is that war in Ukraine should end. You also pointed out that its effect is being felt around the world. You described the pain of shortages, inflation, the impact of refugees, as far as South America and Africa, concerns about the safety of nuclear plants, the fears of a nuclear attack. You also highlighted the dangers of misinformation and propaganda. Yet, be it the largest and most acute, the war in Ukraine is just one of nearly 30 armed conflicts worldwide, and none of them is improving. The third message is that climate change is gradually destroying us. We heard about countries simultaneously experiencing droughts and flooding. We spoke about unsustainable pattern of production and consumption, eating up the fish and filling our waters with plastics, even as waves of rising seas drown shorelines. We heard calls to achieve global net zero and appeals to assist the countries most affected by climate change, not of their own making. We heard clearly the calls for climate justice and honoring commitments. Yet some of us still not convinced that growing our economies can be balanced with limiting emissions and preserving biodiversity. Fourth, this week we also heard calls for improving the state of human rights and meeting the needs of those most vulnerable to exploitation. There is a cost of speaking about human rights violations, but the freedom of speaking out is strongly supported. We heard echoes of this in the high-level event on minorities marking 30 years since a historic declaration on the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious and linguistic minorities. Diversity is a strength, not a liability, you affirmed. The fifth key issue for which there is strong support is the need to modernize the United Nations, revitalize the General Assembly, and reform the Security Council. This is in line with my own conviction that the GA should be ready to respond better to the interlocking crisis, and that the Security Council must reflect the realities of this century. We have spent the past 6 days analyzing the crises that surround us. My friends, we are all in agreement on the main challenges. We want a peaceful post-COVID world with increased trust, where we can work together to mitigate and adapt to climate change. I believe that my vision statement for solutions through solidarity, sustainability and science may help us. I heard your support offered to this work, and I thank you for that. To make progress during the whole session ahead of us, we need to build on what unites us. We also may wish to seek ways of how to focus on the most burning challenges and frame them in terms of crisis management and transformation. In order to deepen solidarity, we must build trust. Following this week, I plan to launch a series of consultations with many actors, including the scientific community. The aim is to strengthen universally accepted and owned foundation for action. We are also looking ahead to further preparations for the UN Water Conference, the Sendai Midterm Review, and the SDG Summit. I hope to meet your delegations throughout this session, to continue hearing your ideas and your concrete proposals how to meet the many challenges this Assembly faces. When I addressed you a week ago, I said that things get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act. Before I conclude, I want to express my thanks to everybody who made the high-level week a success. I'm grateful to our host country, the United States, as well as the City of New York and the New York Police Department and all other departments of New York City for their seamless logistical and security support over the past few weeks. I thank you, New Yorkers. I hope that you see this year's traffic jams as a sign that after years of pandemic, the nations of the world are eager to come together again and address the most burning issues together. I want to express my deepest appreciation to our colleagues in the UN Secretariat, the Department of General Assembly and Conference Management, thank you very much, the Department of Operation Support, the Department of Safety and Security, and the Department of Global Communications. To the army of protocol officers, interpreters, conference staff, technicians, and security guards who are essential to the smooth conduct of the general debate. And to my own team. It was a baptism of fire, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you. I also want to express my gratitude to the General Assembly Vice Presidents for their dedication, time, and efficiency. And thanks to all of you for the kind understanding and support. Ladies and gentlemen, the exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by the delegations from their seats. And I recognize the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Mr. President, I'm taking the floor in response to the distortions, misrepresentations, and allegations voiced by Azerbaijan during the general debate last Saturday. The statement of Azerbaijan, containing a number of fabricated legal, historical, political narratives and blatant disinformation, was yet another attempt to distract the attention of the international community from the continued policy of use of force and threat of force to achieve its expansionist goals in our region. The latest military offensive unleashed by Azerbaijan earlier this month targeted the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia, causing more than 200 deaths, including among the civilian population. At least 20 servicemen were captured. Around 8,000 people, mostly women, children, and elderly, are temporarily displaced. In flagrant violation of the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law, Azerbaijan has captured, tortured, and killed a number of Armenian service personnel, among them several women who were exposed to most despicable barbarities, including sexual assault, violent murders, and mutilations. The atrocities have been video recorded, cheered, and extensively celebrated over social networks in Azerbaijan. The massive amount of disturbing evidence pointing to the criminal conduct by Azeri military is undeniable. It is ever more imperative that all acts of atrocities be fully investigated and perpetrators be brought to justice. Against the backdrop of brutal, senseless, and completely unjustifiable violence unleashed against Armenia and the Armenian people, hearing Azerbaijan's foreign minister flatly misstate from the General Assembly's rostrum that his country took adequate measures to neutralize threat against its sovereignty, and that the armed forces of Azerbaijan demonstrated utmost restraint and professionalism, unquote, is nothing short of ludicrous. For all the talk about provocations, threats, or any other pretext that country has been trying to fabricate to justify the unjustifiable, the fact remains that there has been no actual armed attack by Armenia against Azerbaijan. Mr. President, at the emergency meeting of the UN Security Council convened on the 15th of September upon Armenia's formal request, we heard the calls of the Council members who have been loud and clear. The strikes inside the territory of Armenia are unacceptable. All military forces must urgently return to their initial positions, and a complete ceasefire must be unconditionally observed and respected. The Council members were unanimous in their appeals. There can be no military or violent solution to the conflict. 12 days after the Security Council meeting, Azerbaijan is yet heed to the appeals of Council members. The Azeri troops continue to remain inside the territory of Armenia. The POWs are still in captivity, and military buildup continues on Armenia's frontiers. We note with utmost concern that Azerbaijan's latest attacks have only come to demonstrate that in the absence of proper accountability measures, policies of aggression are likely to continue and increase. This must be stopped and condemned at all levels. We heard the Minister of Azerbaijan say that the conflict resolution efforts under the auspices of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe yielded no results. While we understand that blaming the mediation format has been and continues to be the convenient modus operandi for Azerbaijan, the truth is that for many years, Azerbaijan has been consistently rejecting proposals for diplomatic settlement in blatant disregard towards its preeminent obligation to strictly adhere to the principles of non-use of force or threat of force and the pacific settlement of disputes as prescribed by the United Nations Charter. Instead, it sought to push for a deceptive, victim-blaming narrative as a purported justification for its long-standing objective to resolve the conflict by force and not through peaceful means. It is precisely for this reason that Azerbaijan has been so vehemently opposing any idea to creation of internationally monitoring verification mechanisms to identify ceasefire violations. Such measures, if established, would be instrumental to ending blame game and ending shooting and killing people on both sides. Mr. President, the claims that Azerbaijan resolved Nagorno-Karabakh conflict by force and the attempts to erase the very name of this Armenian-populated land are demonstration of something that attests to a profound crisis, a crisis of reason, of intellect, and of the humanity, revealing instead nothing short of policy of ethnic cleansing and clear genocidal intent. I am compelled to recall that it was precisely for such policy and that type of intent that the conflict erupted at first place, when the peaceful human rights aspirations of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh were met with mass violence and pogroms of the Armenian population in Sumgait in February 1988 and in Baku, Kirovabad, and other cities in early 90s. Hundreds of Armenians living in Azerbaijan were killed, tortured, and maimed. Hundreds of thousands were deported. It is indeed deeply disturbing that 30 years on, extermination of the Armenians and shedding Armenian blood continues to remain the easiest and fastest ways of achieving popular support in the neighboring country. We heard the Azerbaijani minister say that Azerbaijan is resolute to reintegrate its citizens of Armenian origin residing in conflict-affected territories into its political, social, economic space, guaranteeing the same rights and freedoms with all citizens of Azerbaijan. Well, we all are aware in which rights and freedoms are guaranteed in Azerbaijan, whose human rights record is well known to the world. Just to recall a few rankings related to democracy and human rights in the neighboring country, According to the Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders, Azerbaijan is ranked 154th and qualifies as a country where the entire media sector is under official control. Freedom House qualifies Azerbaijan as not free in its report on global freedoms, and as well as Freedom on the Net report. Needless to recall the high-level corruption practices in Azerbaijan that has been periodically reported by the Organized Crime and Reporting Project as part of the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium. Mr. President, we have heard the Minister of Azerbaijan speak in favor of the dispatchment of UNESCO mission, while his country continues to deny UNESCO's access to Nagorno-Karabakh conflict zone in yet another manifestation of the intent to destroy the evidence of Armenian civilizational presence in the region and in direct violation of the ICJ order on provisional measures. This policy follows Azerbaijan's well-known pattern of committing cultural genocide, similar to the one perpetrated in the period of 1997-2006, when thousands of Christian Armenian monuments were intentionally destroyed and razed to the ground in Nakhichevan. Azerbaijan is yet to abide by its international humanitarian obligations vis-à-vis the Armenian POWs, as well as address the anti-Armenian rhetoric, including at the level of public officials and institutions, and commit in good faith to the preservation of Armenian cultural and religious heritage as rendered by the International Court of Justice through the provisional measures issued against Azerbaijan under the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination in December 2021. Mr. President, the Minister of Azerbaijan accused Armenia of, quote, massive contamination by landmines and continued refusal to provide accurate and complete information on mined areas, unquote. We have heard Azerbaijan's assertions before, very often used as a pretext to justify armed aggression against our country. We have also seen that such assertions, bereft of actual evidence as they are, have little value in court of law. As Armenia explained at the International Court of Justice while addressing a similar accusation last year, for decades Armenia strived to complete a comprehensive demining process. However, Azerbaijan persistently blocked all such humanitarian efforts. Armenia had a long record of working with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, on demining-related activities, including through the OSCE office in Yerevan. Yet it was Azerbaijan who forced the OSCE in 2016 to terminate those demining-related efforts. Moreover, Azerbaijan, through procedural manipulations, refused to extend the mandate of Yerevan.
Excellency, may I ask you to wrap up? The 10 minutes of intervention time is over.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. Thank you, Mr. President. Armenia will continue to appeal to the United Nations and its respective bodies, as well as to the relevant international actors, to stand up to their responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and to resolutely condemn Azerbaijan's criminal attacks against the territorial integrity of Armenia and its people, to call for unconditional withdrawal of its troops from the territories of Armenia, and for immediate repatriation of all prisoners of war and other detained persons, and to uphold the norms of international law and the values of peace and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now on the distinguished representative of Serbia.
Mr. President, my delegation wishes to exercise its right of reply in response to the statement made by Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, His Excellency Edi Rama, during this general debate session last Saturday. While fully agreeing, supporting and being in accord with the focus given to the building of the future of the Balkans together, particularly through the Open Balkans initiative, we find it regretful that the Prime Minister of our neighbor, Albania, has once again called for the recognition of the unilaterally declared so-called Republic of Kosovo by all countries that have not yet done so, including, and I quote, "first and foremost Serbia," unquote. We find the call cynical, disturbing, and counterproductive to the ongoing dialogue and the process of negotiations, but most of all, we find it contrary from the standpoint of recognized norms of international law. In that vein, let me state that according to the Security Council Resolution 1244, Kosovo is an autonomous province within the Republic of Serbia. Therefore, the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Republic of Serbia, including the territory of the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija, are in no way in dispute. Mr. President, as regards the ongoing dialogue process between Belgrade and Pristina, the position of Serbia is very clear. We fully support attempts at resolving all pending issues and call upon the authorities in Pristina to invest efforts likewise and cooperate fully in the best interest of peace and stability in the region to the benefit of all. I thank you.
Doy ahora la palabra al representante de Kirguistán.
I give the floor to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
My delegation would like to exercise the right to reply to the statement made by the delegation of Tajikistan on Saturday, 24th of September 2022, in which was presented his own version of the conflict on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. It is clear that he presented everything in a way that was beneficial for Tajikistan. It was also predictable in advance that Tajikistan would not admit its guilt for the armed aggression against our country and would shift all the blame on us. Ladies and gentlemen, the conflict which took place from 14 to 17 September of this year, it is a pre-planned military aggression of Tajikistan against Kyrgyzstan. Tajikistan violated basic international principles such as the territorial integrity, the inviolability of frontiers, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the non-use of force or the threat of using force, the respect of human rights and freedoms enshrined in the UN Charter and other international documents. As a result of unprovoked and unjustified aggression of Tajikistan by using armed forces and heavy military equipment, 62 Kyrgyz citizens were killed, about 200 injured, including 13 children, 14 women, and 171 men. 140,000 people have been evacuated from their permanent residence and forced to become internally displaced people. In this regard, we consider the groundless accusations of Tajikistan against Kyrgyzstan are an attempt to put the responsibility and guilt on Kyrgyzstan. The Tajik side has launched the campaign of misinformation and disinformation of international community in order to discredit the defensive actions of my country. Kyrgyzstan has all the evidence, photos and video records of the beginning of aggression and crimes of the Tajik soldiers on the territory of my country. All of you can easily find the photos and videos on the open resources. The information that our country has arbitrarily seized the lands that belong to Tajikistan is also part of unleashing disinformation on the part of neighboring country. Unlike our neighbors, we have never had the goal of seizing foreign territories, but never give a centimeter of our land to anyone. It is very alarming that despite the large number of people killed, wounded, and evacuated, our neighbors are calling not carry out populist statements. At the same time, delegate of Tajikistan mentioned that Kyrgyzstan hiding its troops and military equipment in populated areas. This information has only mislead goal. In this regard, there is responsibility for any further tensions on the border will lie exclusively with Tajikistan. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the second time of aggression of Tajikistan, my country convinced that all border and internal issues should be resolved over the negotiation table, and there is such will and readiness on our part.
Doy ahora la palabra.
I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation would like to exercise a right of reply in response to the statement made by the DPRK today with regard to the security situation in the Korean Peninsula. It is the DPRK that is the only country in the world to have conducted a nuclear test in the 21st century. And now it stands on the verge of what would be their 7th nuclear test. Moreover, it has launched a total of 32 ballistic missiles this year alone, including the recent launch of a short-range ballistic missile on September 25th, each of which violated multiple UN Security Council resolutions. The DPRK is obligated under relevant UN Security Council resolutions to abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible manner. Their nuclear and ballistic missile programs are not only unlawful, but are posing a serious threat to the peace and stability in the region and beyond. So any attempt by the DPRK to justify its possession and potential use of nuclear weapons, including the adoption of the new Nuclear Forces Law on September 8th, will not be recognized by international community under any circumstances. Madam President, ROK-US combined defense and deterrence posture, including joint exercise, is in response to such military threat from the DPRK. These defensive measures are a duty of a responsible government at the least. Madam President, we cannot agree that compliance of UN Security Council resolution is a matter of choice. It is a legal obligation. We cannot agree that their development of nuclear weapons and missiles is inevitable. It is a choice that cannot be justified. Taking this opportunity, we strongly urge the DPRK to comply with the UN Security Council resolutions, to stop all kinds of provocations, and to return to the denuclearization talks. I thank you.
Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Morocco.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my delegation is exercising its right of reply following the statement made this morning by the delegation of Algeria. Once again, Algeria is using the podium of the General Assembly of the United Nations to bring forth counter-truths on the subject of Moroccan Sahara, and my delegation would like to recall the historic, political and legal facts that follow. 1. The question of Moroccan Sahara is a question of recovering the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco and not of decolonization. 2. Morocco recovered its Sahara in 1975 through negotiation in a peaceful way in accordance with General Assembly resolutions and resolutions of the UN Security Council. 3. The Kingdom irrevocably recovered its sovereignty over its southern provinces through the signing of the Madrid Agreement on the 14th of November 1975, which was deposited with the Secretary General on the 18th of November 1975 and endorsed by the General Assembly in its Resolution 3458B of the 10th of December 1975. 4. The question of Moroccan Sahara is on the agenda of the Security Council under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter on the peaceful settlement of disputes, and this as a regional dispute and not as a question of decolonization. I would like to reaffirm here loud and clear that Sahara has always been Moroccan, it is Moroccan, and it will remain so eternally. The Sahara is seeing unequal development thanks to the new development model launched by His Majesty the King, may God assist him, and the population of Moroccan Sahara are living in calm and stability, in full enjoyment of their economic, social, cultural, civic and political rights. 5. The Security Council is the only instance responsible for considering the question of Moroccan Sahara. It has established once and for all the parameters for the political solution which should lead to the definitive settlement of this regional dispute over Moroccan Sahara. Those parameters are clearly outlined in the 18th consecutive Security Council resolutions since 2007, including 2602, adopted in October 2021, as follows. 1. The preeminence of the Moroccan autonomy initiative, which is the only serious, credible solution to this regional dispute in the context of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco. 2. The settlement of this dispute can only be political in nature, realistic, pragmatic, lasting, and compromise-based, which is the very embodiment of the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. 3. The roundtable process is the only framework that has been put in place by the Security Council to continue the political process. The roundtables are clearly affirmed and reaffirmed in all resolutions of the Security Council since they were established in 2018 by the former personal envoy of the Secretary-General, President Horst Kohler. 4. Resolutions of the Security Council define the 4 participants in the roundtable process, namely Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, and the Polisario. The phantom entity cited in the Algerian delegation statement this morning is not recognized by the United Nations and is in no way a party to this process. The roundtable process should continue with the same participants and the same format until its conclusion in accordance with Resolution 2602. Madam President, in the statement this morning, the Algerian delegation made a call upon the UN and the personal envoy to resume the UN process. In this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco, in turn, calls upon Algeria to resume its place around the round table as it did during the 2 previous meetings. The roundtable process emanates from the Security Council and therefore cannot be modified to accommodations when it comes to its format or its participants, depending on the circumstances and to the desire of certain parties. Morocco would like to recall that the political process is taking place under the exclusive auspices of the UN Secretary-General and the facilitation of his personal envoy in accordance with Security Council resolutions. Thank you, Madam President.
I now give the floor to the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, I have requested the floor to exercise the right of reply in response to unfounded allegation and fabrication leveled against the Islamic Republic of Iran during the general debate on Saturday, September 24th by the representative of the Republic of Albania. The Islamic Republic of Iran categorically rejects such a fictitious accusation which are unfounded and based solely on false and erroneous assumptions. As asserted in our letter dated 10 September 2022 addressed to the Security Council and the Secretary General published as a UN document S/2022/685, Iran has categorically rejected any kind of attribution for the alleged cyber attack on Albania's infrastructure. The Islamic Republic of Iran has long been primary target and main victim of the infrastructure cyber attacks, which in some cases have disrupted the delivery of public services and governmental functions. The Islamic Republic of Iran emphasized once again its persistent position that cyberspace and the ICT environment must be used exclusively for peaceful purposes, and that states must act cooperatively and in full compliance with the applicable international law. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic of Iran strongly condemns the illegal actions carried out on September 8, 2022 by Albanian police forces against Iran's diplomatic premises in Tirana, where they used the force to enter Iran's diplomatic missions without Iran's consent. Such unlawful acts committed in the following of unilateral termination of bilateral diplomatic relations by Albanian government on September 7, 2022 are a flagrant violation of international law, specifically the principle of the violability of diplomatic and consular premises. We recall the international obligation of the Republic of Albania under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic and Consular Relations, which required all states to take all appropriate steps to protect diplomatic and consular premises from any intrusion or damage and to prevent any disturbance of the peace of these missions or impairment of their dignity and any attack on diplomatic premises, agents, and the consular offices. Madam President, as I have the floor, I would like also to refer to the statement by the representative of the United Arab Emirates during the general debate on Saturday, 24th of September, in which once again assaulted Iran's territorial integrity by repeating baseless claims about the Iranian three islands in Persian Gulf. We regard such a responsible statement and unfounded claim as interference in Iran's internal affairs, which violates fundamental principles of international law, including the principle of good neighborliness and non-interference in the domestic affairs of other states, and we strongly reject it. The three islands of Abu Musa, Greater Tom, and Lesser Tom in Persian Gulf have been and continue to be an integral part of Iranian territory, and Iran reiterates its sovereignty over those islands. Therefore, any claims to the contrary is categorically rejected. Any decision with regard to and measures taken in those islands by Iranian officials have always been taken on the basis of principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The government of the Islamic Republic of Iran has always pursued a policy of friendship and good neighborliness toward all its neighboring countries and would like to express its continued determination at strengthening bilateral relations with United Arab Emirates. Meanwhile, I would like to re-emphasize that territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its sovereignty over the aforementioned islands are not negotiable. And finally, Madam Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to refer to unwarranted and unreasonable references that have been made to Iran, as well as a tragic death of an Iranian woman in the statement of certain countries during the general debate. While a thorough investigation is underway to determine the circumstances that led to this tragic death, and preliminary findings based on the video footages show no evidence of the police misconduct, we regret that unsubstantiated and falsified claims accusing the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran have found their way into the public speech of the certain countries. We urge the UN member states to uphold and respect international law and the UN Charter, including the principle of sovereign equality and non-interference in the domestic affairs of other sovereign states. I thank you, Madam.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Armenia once again attempted to advance false narratives while simultaneously ignoring and denying their country's own decades-long violations of international law and apparently disregarding the ongoing diplomatic efforts towards the normalization of relations between our states. Armenia's hackneyed fabrications, distortions, and deceptions are part of its disinformation campaign directed at the international community as a whole. Indeed, it would be unrealistic to expect different rhetoric from Armenia, whose leaders, without any remorse, invented the outrageous concept of ethnic incompatibility of Armenians and Azerbaijanis, unleashed aggression against my country, and ordered the killings of thousands of Azerbaijani civilians, total ethnic cleansing of the seized territories, destruction of hundreds of cities, towns, and villages, and desecration of numerous cultural heritage sites. In a similar way, what can be the weight of Armenia's statements in the United Nations, whose resolutions it simply refused to implement? Immediately after the end of the conflict in November 2020, it was Azerbaijan who initiated the process of normalizing interstate relations with Armenia and pushed for concrete results on 3 specific tracks forming the agenda of bilateral discussions, namely the delimitation and demarcation of the state border, the soonest conclusion of a peace treaty based on 5 basic principles, and the opening of transport communications in the region as provided in the trilateral statements of 2020 and 2021. However, during this period, despite the strong support from the international community to this initiative and the efforts made to move the normalization agenda forward, Armenia has done everything possible in words and deeds to obstruct the process and backtrack from the implementation of the reached agreements. The revanchist objectives behind Armenia's destructive position are evident. The danger associated with this position manifested in a serious border escalation recklessly provoked by Armenia earlier this month. This escalation was not an isolated episode, but another link in the chain of destabilizing actions by Armenia over the past month. Azerbaijan took adequate and proportionate countermeasures to neutralize the threat against its sovereignty and territorial integrity and ensure the safety of its military personnel and civilians. These measures were limited and targeted at legitimate military objects. In the past, we have repeatedly witnessed Armenia's attempts to portray its own thoughts, perceptions, and phraseology as allegedly reflecting the position of the international community. The comments by Armenia about the meeting of the Security Council on the 15th of September is yet another product of this country's factory of falsifications. In short, the Security Council didn't say what Armenian officials try to put into its mouth. Appeals by Armenia to international law are equally fallacious as it continues to violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. Thus, Armenia's territorial claims are set in its national legislation. Furthermore, Armenia refuses to fully withdraw the remnants of its armed forces and illegal armed bands from the territory of Azerbaijan and return to Azerbaijan 8 enclave border villages which remain under its occupation since the early 1990s. That Armenia is yet to comply with its international obligations and engage genuinely in efforts towards consolidating peace and stability in the region is evidenced also by its continued use of old or fake names for the localities in Azerbaijan. The references by Armenia to such names, which have neither historical nor legal grounds whatsoever, are testament to Armenia's apparent disregard for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of my country. It is exactly for the purpose of sustaining and advancing its territorial claims and revanchist objectives. Armenia stubbornly asserts that the so-called Nagorno-Karabakh conflict has not been resolved and there is a need for its comprehensive settlement. Armenia had 30 years to put an end to its aggression and occupation through negotiations. However, in a hope for endless impunity, Armenia preferred to direct all its efforts at the colonization and annexation of the occupied Azerbaijani territories under the cover of the peace process and the ceasefire, in blatant violation of international law and the resolutions of the Security Council. The policy of Armenia failed once and for all, and there is no and will not be a return to the past. I have to emphasize that Armenia has neither legal nor political or moral grounds to make any statements concerning the internationally recognized territory of Azerbaijan or the matters falling within my country's exclusive sovereign rights, competence, and responsibilities. Armenia's allegations that Azerbaijan is impeding access by United Nations humanitarian agencies and UNESCO to the formerly occupied territories are false. This is actually what Armenia is striving for by politicizing the issue and interfering into the functions of international organizations while passing over in silence the blocking of their visits to these territories when they were under its occupation. Azerbaijan has hosted and continues to welcome site visits from international organizations that are conducted in an independent and impartial manner. Azerbaijan is fully committed to transparency to allow the international community to be a witness for the first time in 30 years what has happened in the territories formerly occupied by Armenia. Further, we resolutely reject Armenia's allegations about so-called anti-Armenian hatred. The purpose of such allegations is evidently to distract attention from its own long-standing, deeply rooted and structural racist policy. Even after the end of the conflict, Armenia continues to allow racist hate groups formed for the specific purpose of inciting and committing violence against Azerbaijanis to operate openly and notoriously on its territory in violation of international law and apparent disregard for the order on provisional measures adopted by the International Court of Justice on 7 December 2021 in the case on the application of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, Azerbaijan versus Armenia. Another false assertion is that Azerbaijan holds Armenian prisoners of war. Azerbaijan returned all detainees to Armenia under the terms of the trilateral statement of 10th November 2020. While projecting itself as a proponent of human rights and democracy, Armenia continues without any hesitation to deny its responsibility for numerous war crimes committed by its forces, agents, officials, and other persons under its direction and control, and refuses to prosecute and punish the perpetrators and to offer an appropriate remedy or redress for its breaches. It is outrageous that a country in which international terrorists and war criminals and national heroes considers itself democratic. Instead of attempting to distort reality, mislead the international community, misinterpret international documents, and incite enmity and hatred, Armenia must first and foremost abandon hostile narratives, cease and desist from disseminating, promoting, or sponsoring hate propaganda, prosecute and punish numerous war crimes for which it is responsible, redress the harm caused to Azerbaijan and its people, commit to the normalization of interstate relations based on international law, comply faithfully with international obligations, and support the efforts aimed at building, strengthening, and sustaining peace and stability in the region. I thank you.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Albania.
Madam President, I feel obliged to take the floor after what we just heard from the delegation of Serbia and Iran. Our vision for the Western Balkans is clearly outlined repeatedly here and elsewhere. Prime Minister Rama did so in this hall just a few days ago. We do not see any future other than the one in mutual understanding, close cooperation as sovereign nations, but above all as close partners. This is true for Albania, and we want to believe it is the same for every other country in the Western Balkans, including Kosovo. We will not be able to achieve much in division, and no one has, but we know how much we can do jointly through common action and in shared benefits. This is what we want, and this is what we are looking for and working for it. Now, related to the statement just made by the delegate of Iran, it must be hard to find words to excuse the inexcusable and justify the unjustifiable. Iran has been caught red-handed in a blatant and unprovoked act of trying to damage core government infrastructure by disrupting public services in Albania, create chaos and foment tension. This is certainly not the first time Iran has been engaged in such unlawful activity, but this is the most flagrant one. Despite damage inflicted, the attempts, the other tries have failed and will in the future. We all need to stand firm against such unlawfulness. Yesterday it was Albania, tomorrow it will be another country. We should condemn such rogue behavior. Let me end, Madam President, by reconfirming the remarks made earlier, a few days before, by the Prime Minister of Albania. I thank you.
I now give the floor to the delegation of the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you.
الذي أدلى به ممثل جمهورية إيران الإسلامية.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to Iran. This is our right of reply. We would reiterate that our three areas in the Arab Gulf are an integral part of the United Arab Emirates. These islands are an integral part. We refuse, categorically refuse, the ongoing Iranian occupation of these three islands. My delegation has on many occasions called for a peaceful settlement to this dispute. However, Iran does not respond to the call, and this is why we renew our call to Iran to find a solution in the context of the United Nations, in international law and the UN Charter, to find a settlement for the dispute of these three islands through direct negotiations or by way of the ICG. We must work with Iran. We must strengthen common interests with Iran, and that is why we hope to settle this dispute relative to the sovereignty of the UAE vis-a-vis these three islands in the context of international law and with all good intentions. This is for Abu Musa, Gule, and Lesser Tantas. Thank you.
Doy ahora la palabra a...
I now give the floor to the delegation of the People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation is taking the floor to exercise the right of reply in response to the provocative statement made by the delegation of South Korea. First of all, we totally reject the baseless and provocative statement made by the delegation of South Korea. As my peer clearly stated in his statement at the general debate this morning, he articulated the rationale behind the DPRK's effort to bolster its national defensive capabilities. DPRK is now increasing its national defense capabilities because the United States is pursuing hostile policy against the DPRK on a persistent basis. DPRK was compelled to acquire the nuclear defense capabilities in the face of the growing hostile policy by the United States against the DPRK. And we would like to emphasize that we are not dealing with South Korea in terms of the Korean Peninsula situation. We already made it clear to South Korea that we don't want to deal with South Korea, and South Korea is now at the forefront of the hostility of the US against the DPRK. So the adoption of the law on national nuclear forces posture is utterly a sovereign decision of the DPRK government. Nobody has the right to dispute such a sovereign right and decision. And my delegation would like to take this opportunity to call on the international community to pay closer attention to the hostility of the US against the DPRK on the Korean Peninsula, which has plunged the Korean situation into a vicious cycle of tensions. And we also would like to urge South Korea and its hostile forces of the United States to pay attention to their own respective provocative behavior and act in a very articulate manner. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Armenia for a second right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
who requested the floor to exercise the second right of reply to the delegation of Azerbaijan. We just heard another outburst of propaganda and distortions from the representative of Azerbaijan in response to the clear-cut facts, which testify first to lack of arguments and second, unwillingness of Azerbaijan to refrain from the use of force and engage constructively in dialogue. In view of the time limitations and bearing in mind that earlier today the permanent representative of Armenia comprehensively addressed all the distortions voiced out by the Foreign Minister of Azerbaijan and repeated again here by his representative, I will confine myself to the following points only. Coming on who is responsible for the recent aggression, the massive concentration of troops of Azerbaijan and intensity of the use of a wide range of heavy weapons, including artillery, multiple launch rocket systems and combat UAVs, reveals the premeditated and well-prepared nature of the large-scale aggression of Azerbaijan against my country. The cities of Goris, Kapan, Jermuk, Varteniz, Sotk and other densely populated areas deep in the territory of Armenia came under heavy fire. This is regarding the distortions regarding the proportionality of the use of force by Azerbaijan. The permanent representative of Armenia referred to the heavy toll of this unprovoked aggression on the Armenian servicemen and the civilian population. The Security Council was vocal in its rejection of the use of force, demands to resolve the conflict, concerns on the shelling inside the territory of Armenia, and demands to withdraw the forces to their initial positions. I invite the representative of Azerbaijan to again look through the records of the Security Council. The highest leadership of Azerbaijan does not hide its aggressive expansionist plans. It publicly claims the sovereign territories of Armenia, the province of Syunik, the Lake Sevan, and even the capital city of Yerevan. This is regarding the intentions of Azerbaijan on so-called normalization of relations. The notorious historical narratives and fakes voiced by the state officials at the highest level deny very existence of the Armenian people in their historical homeland. They deny the millennia-old civilizational presence of Armenians in the region, their cultural and religious heritage. The representative of Azerbaijan just voiced out their propaganda narrative on denial of existence of Nagorno-Karabakh as well, though despite the clear-cut position of the international community, which is reflected in a number of international documents. And the use of force can never produce the results. Regarding the hatred, so-called hatred in Armenia against Azerbaijan, the allegations by Azerbaijan are not reinforced by any international document. On the other hand, there is no shortage of the well-documented evidence of the state-led policy of dehumanizing Armenians, and thus creating fertile ground for committing atrocity crimes. The report of numerous international organizations, among them the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, and others, clearly point to the systemic nature of racial profiling, hateful rhetoric, prevailing sense of impunity and glorification of hate crime perpetrators in Azerbaijan. I am obliged to refute the manipulations by the delegate of Azerbaijan regarding the orders of the International Court of Justice against the backdrop of continued state-led policies of anti-Armenian hatred in Azerbaijan. Armenia instituted proceedings before the ICJ under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And on 7th December 2021, the ICJ affirmed the well-founded nature of Armenia's request and unanimously ordered that Azerbaijan, I quote, take all necessary measures to prevent the incitement and promotion of racial hatred and discrimination, including by its officials and public institutions, targeted at persons of Armenian national or ethnic origin, end of quote. Instead of distorting the court orders, we encourage Azerbaijan to fully comply with its obligations under them. I thank you, Madam President.
I now give the floor to the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the second statement.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm obliged to take the floor for the second time to react briefly to the further statement by delegation of United Arab Emirates, which once again assaulted Iran's territorial integrity by repeating baseless claims regarding Iranians' 3 islands in the Persian Gulf. I would like to repeat that the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates its sovereignty over those islands. All decisions and measures taken in those islands by Iranian officials have always been on the basis of principle of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have always rejected that falsehood and reiterated that those islands have been and continue to be part of Iranian territory. No claim, no matter how many times it is repeated, will be able in any way to dent or undermine our resolve to refute such claims. I would like to reemphasize that the territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its sovereignty over the aforementioned islands are not negotiable. It's obvious that, based on historical facts established years before of the birth of the United Arab Emirates, these islands were Iranian and are Iranian and will remain Iranian. Also, with regard to the further statement by Representative of Albania, I would like to repeat that the Islamic Republic of Iran has categorically rejected any kind of attribution for alleged cyber attacks on Albanian infrastructure. Meanwhile, this delegation would not be able to change the fact by repeating accusation against the others. We would like to highlight that according to the irrefutable information on September 8, 2022, by Albanian police forces has done illegal and forceful intrusion to the Iran's diplomatic premises in Tirana without Iran's consent. The video footages of these illegal actions have been published by the government of Albania. These measures has been taken by the Albanian security forces in flagrant violation of the international obligation of the Republic of Albania under the Vienna Conventions on the Diplomatic and Consular Relations. We deplore these actions by Albanian government and would like to recall their responsibility in this regard. I thank you, Madam President.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Azerbaijan for a second statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegate of Armenia, instead of replying to the specific points in our statement delivered in the exercise of the right of reply, has usually preferred to rely on standard fabrications and distortions. Armenia's statements at this general debate are illustrative of its attempts to prevent and undermine dialogue and instead advance hostile narratives and disseminate falsehoods. No amount of lies, falsifications, and misinterpretations can help Armenia evade responsibility for the heinous crimes it has committed and the racist ideology and policies it has pursued and continues to implement to this day. While provocatively exploiting the sensitive domain of inter-ethnic relations and cultural heritage, Armenia remains silent about numerous facts that easily expose its insinuations and decades-long anti-Azerbaijani hatred. A consistent pattern and scale of grave human rights abuses by Armenia against Azerbaijanis demonstrate the clear objective to expel, terrorize, and kill them based on ethnic animus and erase all traces of Azerbaijani heritage. The relevant United Nations bodies and other international organizations, including the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, have more than once expressed their serious concern about the spirit of intolerance prevailing in Armenia and the discriminatory policies and practices pursued in that country. The post-conflict realities pave the way for Armenia to redress for its misdeeds and release itself from mythology and enmity. Hopefully, it will not miss this opportunity. Instead of wasting time and energy on lecturing others about the principles, values, and norms that it has consistently opposed and violated, Armenia must realize that the goal of a peaceful, developing and sustainable region cannot be achieved by endlessly replicating obsolete and false narrative, misinterpreting international law, and pursuing the policy of hatred, animosity, and territorial claims. Azerbaijan is firm in its determination to continue efforts towards advancing post-conflict peace-building, reconciliation, reintegration, peaceful coexistence and development in the region, as well as ensuring justice and preventing and eliminating by all legitimate means any threats to the safety and well-being of its people and the state's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I thank you.
I now give the floor to the delegation of the United Arab Emirates for a second statement.
Thank you, Madam President. I find myself forced to exercise the right of reply for the second time. The three islands, Greater Tomb, Lesser Tomb, and Abu Musa, are Emirati islands in the Arab Gulf, and this conflict calls upon Iran to respond to the crisis according to the UN Charter and to constructively engage with my country to settle this conflict in good faith. Otherwise, we should resort to the ICJ.
May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 8? It is so decided. The Assembly will begin its consideration of Sub-Item E of Agenda Item 117, entitled Election of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. In connection with this item, the Assembly has before it the note by the Secretary General circulated in document A/77/260. In this note, the Secretary General proposes to the General Assembly that the term of office of Mr. Filippo Grandi of Italy as United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees be extended for a period of 2 years and a half, beginning on 1st July 2023 and ending on 31st December 2025. May I take it that the Assembly decides to re-elect Mr. Filippo Grandi as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees for a period of 2.5 years, beginning on 1st July 2023 and ending on 31st December 2025? It is so decided. May I take it that is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Sub-Item E of Agenda Item 117? It is so decided. I would like to inform members that the program of work of the plenary will be made available on the website of the 77th session of the General Assembly under meeting schedule and published in the journal. Delegations wishing to be inscribed on the list of the speakers of plenary meetings of the General Assembly are requested to do so through the e-delegate portal. This meeting is adjourned.